Thank you. Welcome back. I'm Vincent Salimi, Mayor of the City of Pinole, and with the rest of the City Council and the staff of City of Pinole, welcome you back. We are actually reconvening from closed session, and right now the item on the agenda is item number 5. We convene in open session to announce the results of the closed session. We do not have any reportable action. Then I will move on to item number 6, which is citizen to be heard. And we have, I believe, a few members of the public who would like to make an announcement tonight, correct?
Mayor, it looks like we have a few cards, but none of them look to show citizens to be heard in person. Do we have any online comments?
No, we do not have any online comments for citizens to be heard.
Excellent. If this is the case, I would then close item number 6 and move on to item number 7, which is report and communication. Very long agenda tonight, and I would invite everybody to keep it short if possible. Mayor's report and announcement, I don't have any specific tonight. I will then move on to item B, which is mayoral and council appointments. We do not have any. Item C, city council committee report and communication. Councilmember Thomas, please go ahead. I will just wait a little bit on Councilmember Thomas. Get back to you, Councilmember.
Excuse me, Mayor, I'm just getting a message that the folks that are on Zoom can't hear you.
Okay, I will just wait on and then move on to Councilmember Tave. Or is the audio? Can you guys hear me?
We want to make sure, okay, looks like they're nodding yes.
Okay, now, yeah.
Okay, great. Yeah, no, I don't have anything.
Okay, excellent. Councilmember Martinez Ruben.
Yes, good evening, everyone. I attended the Cal City's Revenue and Taxation Policy Committee as chair on June 9th. And essentially among the items that were discussed and also considered for either support or otherwise were 2 measures that have been eligible to appear on the November ballot this fall related to gambling. One of them is the Revenue and Taxation, one of them is the California Sports Wagering Regulation and Unlawful Enforcement Act. And the Rev and Tax Policy Committee moved to oppose that measure by 85% of the voting members of the committee. And the second measure is the California Legalized Sports Betting and Revenue for Homelessness Prevention Fund. And that one obtained a 95% support to oppose that measure. Similarly, I understand that another committee of the league, the Public Safety Policy Committee, voted similarly. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Martinez Ruben. Mayor Pro Tem, good evening, sir.
Good evening. I have a very short report tonight, but I just wanted to welcome Ike's Love and Sandwiches to our community. I got to check out the Bay Area Sandwich Shop a couple days ago, and it is truly a great location. And we just want to welcome any and all businesses like that into our community. So thank you so much, and check out Ike's over by Fitzgerald, if you will.
Excellent. I will definitely try it. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Thomas, good evening. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can. I can now. I have a number of items. I attended the League of California Cities Policy Committee meeting for housing and economic development. And there's a number of things that they're taking a look at. And the main thing is to discuss how the committee might move forward on discussing reforms to state housing laws. Both how to increase funding and also, there's been a flurry of affordable housing legislation that really disregard local zoning. And so there's been some discussion there. And then we're also taking a look at possible economic development funding. And this would come from our local, perhaps East Bay EDA can apply for funds to help us work on strategies. And I have reached out to get some more details on that, and I'm awaiting some response to determine if those organizations are indeed going after these funds. Last Friday, I attended the ABAG General Assembly meeting. And the main item there is, again, discussion on housing. And discussion on whether or not ABAG might sponsor a regional ballot measure in 2024 for a bond measure to support housing. Some of the discussion went as far as, are arena numbers accurate? And before we can ask voters to weigh in on that, we have to determine if the methodology for coming up with our arena numbers is indeed accurate, as there was recently a state audit that stated that there were some issues with those calculations. And I also attended the regional fire safety mitigation program. JPA, I'm on one of the subcommittees, and we're looking at moving forward with both an MOU, and that's something that could take some time. And the other piece of it is that we want to have continue having meetings with the electeds within our jurisdictions in Alameda and Contra Costa County to help move along the fire codes that will have to be adopted by all of the jurisdictions by January 1st of next year. So, the goal is to have standardized fire codes in all of the jurisdictions. So we'll be looking at that. And then the last item, I wanted to give a shout out to our law enforcement community who will be carrying the Special Olympics torch through Pinole. And I think you can find them on San Pablo Avenue starting around 8:45 tomorrow morning. And the summer games are going to be in Santa Clara this year. So there's a rerouting of how they typically do that. But it's a really nice sight to see law enforcement from our region coming and supporting Special Olympics. So that's the end of my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Thoms. Excellent report. Then I will move on to item number 7, which is City Council requests for future agenda items. Councilmember Thoms, please go ahead.
I have no items.
Thank you. Councilmember Tave.
No item.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
No items tonight, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Martinez-Ruben, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. In light of recent and unfortunately ongoing gun violence on school sites, I would like to request that the council consider a discussion that we have with the Contra Costa Unified School District, a discussion about potential funding of SROs on campus.
Yes, I think a discussion about that SRO on campus with the council. Is that something that the council is interested? I am. That's 2 of us. Any other member here?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. City Manager Mary, please put that on the agenda item if you don't mind. Any other item, please?
Thank you. That's it, Mayor.
Excellent. Mayor Pro Tem, I think I asked you already, correct? Yes. I don't have any other items, so that move on to the next item, which is item 7E. Mr. City Manager, good evening again, please.
Yeah,
About your
thank you all.
report.
Just wanted to thank the members of the community that participated in last weekend's Community Service Day, an annual event that we're now able to conduct and host again as we're emerging from COVID. That also included a component which was the dedication of a memorial to a well-known and highly valued community member, Dean Allison. We have a number of really fun community events coming up over the course of the next few weeks. This coming weekend is the annual Pinole Car Show, which is often draws a really large crowd of our community members and visitors from other communities. And then, of course, we're partnering with Hercules to have a 4th of July fireworks show at sundown on the 4th of July. So encouraging community members to come out and participate in those safely. Really quickly, a preview of what's coming up on the agenda of our next City Council meeting. Next regular meeting is going to be on July 5th. We are going to have the second read, we anticipate, of first read of an ordinance related to encroachment and excavating in the public right-of-way that's going to be heard tonight. We're hoping to have a purchase and sale agreement related to a surplus city property 612 tenant that we're in negotiations to sell. We're going to have an update from Fire Chief Weinkoop about discussions with Fire about a contract for service. And those are the main items. Of course, we will also be having a special city council meeting on July 12th to have a follow-up discussion of a potential November 2022 ballot measure on becoming a charter city and enacting a real property transfer tax. Those are the items that are coming up at the next couple of council meetings. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, Mr. City Attorney Kersher. That's item number 7F. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Nothing to report.
Excellent. Madam City Clerk, do you have any public comments on those reports, please?
Yes, we do have one online, Cordell Hindler.
Please go ahead.
Can you hear me, Roxanne?
Yes, go ahead.
So good evening, Mayor Salimi, council members. My name is Cordell Hindler, Richmond. So I was just about to ask to have someone from the school district to come provide an update on the SROs, because I feel that this is very important to our community, because I'm speaking as an uncle to school-age children. I feel that safety is very important. We miss having the school resource officers in our district. So that's one. And then number two, here's another future agenda topic. If you recall, about a couple meetings ago, there was an item regarding the diversity, equity, inclusion. I'm glad that has come up in the, when I was going through the past agenda pack. And so also thinking that I'm thinking that the city should hire a consultant like to do this kind of work. I have someone in mind I have someone in mind for that idea, CPS Consulting, because they have worked with other cities on diversity, equity, and inclusion too. And then lastly is, here's an item for you. As I said it before, and I will say it again. The reason that I suggest having Sabrina Lancet to come to one of your meetings is because I go up to the parks every so often to view what the city of Pinole looks like. And I feel that it is important that to get the community to start going into parks again, because we are emerging from the COVID. So I'm asking that if Sabrina Lancet will be considered to be invited to a future meeting. And I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you, sir. Madam City Clerk, any other comments, please?
There are no more comments.
Excellent. That concludes item number 7. Do you have any public comment from item number 6? I see a few people here in the audience. Yes, item number 6. I'll close item number 7 and come back to item number 6, which is citizen to be heard, please. Good evening, ma'am. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. And this is something that I think is going to be heard at a later date, not today, but down the road. But I think it's necessary to make some of my comments now. In 2007, 8, and 9, the then city manager, Mr. Long, looked at the employee flow chart and decided we need to hire a number of new employees, which had an adverse effect on the future budgets. This attitude of spending money to make money ended up biting Pinole's budget in the butt. And in fact, we are still paying the price and making monthly payments to some of these past employees. Additionally, in 2010, as part of the cutbacks, we had to brown out and ultimately close 74 to avoid bankruptcy. So now moving forward with the reopening of 74, the council is working on details of a labor contract with Fire. I've been contacted by individuals who are part of Chief Weinkoop's presentation, and I have concerns that he doesn't fully understand the budget. Just a brief rundown of our current 22-23 budget. 5.5 million is for one station. 4.2 million is part of that is the labor, including our PERS and pensions. The other is the 1.1 is equipment, station maintenance, and it includes 964,000 for service and supplies, 282,000 for indirect charges. When we look at the 282,000, it includes paramedic, software, equipment, structure maintenance, weed abatement, utilities, property tax, and fuel. Most of those numbers would need to be doubled if you had a second station, as well as the labor. So what that amounts to right now is that that would be a conservative budget of 8.6 million with a second station. If you add the 2 million to the current budget, that's only 7.5 million, leaving the budget short of about 1.1 million. And that doesn't even account for the growing of the unfunded PERS liability that accrues on employees, whether they work for us or not. There's much discussion that needs to take place regarding the contract with Confire before it gets too far down the line, because Pinole takes all the risks with the contract. Why don't we first explore a partnership with Rodeo Hercules Fire Department and or total annexation with Confire? After all, they offered annexation to Rodeo Hercules Fire Department Board. Why not us? That hasn't even been discussed and probably would be much more equitable in the long run as far as who shares the risk in this as well. I say Chief Blancoop didn't understand everything because he was omitting some of the utilities, saying it was a shared public safety building and they couldn't separate the fire from the police. Well, I think our finance director did a good job of that. They said the weed abatement is automatically paid for by Pinole. Yes, but it's charged to their fund. And the list goes on and on and on. So we need to have some real in-depth town hall meetings, not limited to 3 minutes where I rush through everything. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We'll have city staff to get back to you with those questions and comments and response, ma'am. Thank you. Any other member of the public at this moment who wish to talk, please? None? I will then close again item number 6 and move on to the next item tonight, which is item number 8, recognition, presentations and community announcements. 8A, proclamation. We do not have any proclamation tonight. However, we have item number 7B, which is presentations, and we do have a presentation by City of Hayward on the recycled water program. Good evening. How are you?
Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you
Good
so much
evening, ma'am.
thank you so much for being here today. I know that we have been asking you to make this presentation, and I do invite you to go ahead with your presentation. I would invite you to please keep it under 10 minutes as we do have a long agenda tonight. Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening, ma'am. This is Sanjay Mishra. I will just give you a very short introduction and then we can move on the presentation. Today we have Cheryl Pinole, who is the Water Resource Manager from City of Hayward. And we also have Utilities Engineering Manager, Susan England, to present City of Hayward's journey towards water sustainability with a recycled water program. I would like to take this opportunity to thank City of Hayward City Manager, Public Works Director, and Water Resources Division staff to make this presentation to City of Pinole Council in spite of their very busy and tight schedule. With that, Cheryl, please go ahead. I'll just put the slide on in a second.
Great. Thank you, Sanjay.
Are you able to see the slide?
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Okay, we will try to be brief. Hope you'll find our presentation on phase 1 of Hayward's Recycled Water Project informational. We'll review the various components of the project, including cost and permitting. And we are happy to say that we began recycled water deliveries on March 23rd, months ago. So it's a brand new project. Next slide, please. I'm sure most of you are familiar with the city of Hayward. It's located in southern Alameda County on the east shore of San Francisco Bay and has a current population of about 161,000. Hayward provides water, sewer collection, and wastewater treatment services to its residents and businesses. And our service area is roughly the same as the outline of our city boundaries. So with that, why did the city elect to develop a recycled water project? Well, for a number of reasons, but primarily to improve the sustainability of the city's potable water supply by developing and using recycled water, which is a local sustainable water supply. The combination of water resources can help protect the city from potential disruptions due to emergencies and natural disasters. It provides resiliency during drought periods, as well as addressing issues including climate uncertainty, population growth, and regulatory changes. Next slide. On the project. Since 1962, the city's sole source of drinking water has been supplied from the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission through their regional water system. Because of the city's dependence on water from the system, a number of potential issues may be addressed or reduced by recycled water use, such as, excuse me, I was choking on water just before I got on camera. Water supply reliability during drought periods and service disruptions. Also water supply availability during an average year, as well as reduction in discharges to San Francisco Bay. Next slide, please. In 2007, a recycled water feasibility study was prepared that evaluated the viability of delivering recycled water, as well as the potential recycled water market in Hayward. Based on the results of that study, a recycled water facility plan was developed in 2009, and it was subsequently updated in 2013. The plan confirmed potential recycled water users and their estimated amounts of use, developed a conceptual treatment, storage, and distribution system, as well as estimated project costs. This information, a phase 1 recycled water project was developed that includes a system to deliver about 260,000 gallons per day. 31 customers were identified for this phase 1 project that includes irrigation use at 4 parks, 6 schools, 1 college, 19 private businesses, as well as a city street, excuse me, as well as city street landscaping. At this point, I'll turn it over to Susan to talk about the project components and associated costs.
Is expandable for future. First tank in the middle of construction. Yeah. Our treatment system is a 0.5 pound per day ultrafiltration.
Oh, yes. So just a little bit of information about the state board's recycled water permit. So the state board issues permit for the production, including the quality level, distribution, and use of recycled water. These permits are also affectionately known as recycled water general order permits. This board's regional water quality control board and the Division of Drinking Water approved enrollment for the city's phase 1 project under the general order in September 2021. And excuse the typo on that slide. The permit delegates authority for managing recycled water, managing the recycled water program to the city. That means that city staff work directly with the customers and issue recycled water permits for use at their sites. And Susan mentioned all of the work that was done at the sites, the retrofits, and site supervisor training, which is also a component of the permit. We'll continue to provide technical assistance to our customers, our current customers, as needed. That includes answering questions, providing information, conducting the site supervisor training, site visits when necessary. Sometimes the customers have questions or concerns, and so we're always available to meet or talk with them and work through issues. Also, we're currently working with a number of new and existing water and wastewater customers that are located in the vicinity of our phase 1 project and are interested in recycled water. Next year, we expect to begin development on a recycled water master plan. The plan will identify infrastructure expansion needs, pipeline routes, customers, and cost estimates for future project phases. Next slide. Presentation, and we will be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I appreciate it. Then I will open it to the public and then turn back to the council for comments. Any questions from the public, ma'am? Madam City Clerk? Yes.
We have one, Debbie Long.
Do we have also anybody from Zoom who wish to talk? No?
Not at this time.
Thank you. Evening, ma'am, again.
Yes. Nice presentation. And I think that these are some viable solutions that we have to start looking towards. I only had a question is because back in 2010, I think when this was looked at previously, the council had been told that the water belonged to East Bay Mud. And I didn't know if they had, if this has changed, because I know that they said the state delegates authority for managing, but then again, agencies can issue use of permits. So are we required to first get permission from East Bay Mud to take all of our water and make it recyclable without necessarily, they probably would be a partner, we'd probably all love it, but without impacting what they have said in the past, or is that true today?
Excellent question. Thank you, Ms. Long. Can you please answer that question if you don't mind? Who owns that water?
So the water, as far as the current condition is, yes, EBMERT is the purveyor of water for our city. However, because the recycled water system need is so vast, where the last time I have spoken to various consultants on this matter, so it is a possibility that the EBMERT will provide or help us do our own recycled water program. But I have not discussed this matter with EBMERT yet, so I cannot give a definite answer, but there is a possibility that we can pursue this further.
Thank you for the answer. Meaning that tonight the council will potentially be able to provide the direction into moving forward and trying to see if there's a way of reaching out to East Bay Mud and finding if we can do anything. Is that correct?
I'll just jump in there. So this isn't a discussion item. This is just a presentation.
Okay.
But
So right now
is-
the council cannot provide direction, correct?
Well, the council already has provided relevant direction, which is that there's a project in the CIP, which is a recycled water feasibility study. So the council, if it approves the CIP tonight, will already be providing direction to staff to conduct that feasibility assessment, which would include determining what the city's rights are regarding the use of that recycled water.
Excellent. Thank you, City Manager Murray. If I don't see any members of the public, I will then turn it back to the City Council. Councilmember Tave, I know you're the specialist, so I'm going to let you speak last because you are the one who have the most knowledge in the council regarding that type of subject. I will start randomly with Councilmember Martinez-Ruben. Please go ahead.
Oh, good, because I am the non-engineer on the council, so please.
I said randomly. I didn't say anything.
No, as a non-engineer, I'll appreciate all explanations that are very basic, because I think I have some very basic questions. So the idea here, well, we have a wastewater treatment plant. So is it conceivable then that this wastewater treatment plant also eventually recycle water to make it potable? Is that what we're thinking here? That is one question that I have. Also, given Hayward's experience and having gone through a feasibility study, if any of you were involved from Hayward were involved, can you give us a preview as to what financing alternatives you were exposed, you heard about? You opted for a loan and then acquired a grant. I'm just curious if there is anything, and it may have changed since you started this. And if I am reading correctly and understanding correctly, your presentation indicated preparation began in 2007, and the program is only recently being offered this year. So that's a 15-year period. Is that essentially the time that we can think of between feasibility study and actual delivery of water? And then lastly, so that's 4, I'm going on question number 4. What are the later phases one can anticipate if you are now in phase 1, after what I'm interpreting is a 15-year period? What are the later phases that one would expect? Thank you.
Thank you for those 4 questions. I will ask you to please restate question number 1. And I know it's difficult. If you can answer under 1 minute in each of them, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Number 1, I should have noted it down. I apologize.
I'm sorry, is that question
Potable water.
directed to us or?
Oh, the idea of
Mr.
whether
Mishra?
using a treatment plant to also treat water so it becomes potable drinking water and or recycled water. I'm wondering if we need a different site, or if the idea is to use the existing site that we have now, which is a treatment plant.
So I will answer that. Okay. So to answer that question, our current site is very tight in space. So to make potable water out of that facility is not feasible. The idea for us was to really pursue or see a feasibility for recycled water at a very small scale. We actually reached out to City of Hayward because their system was really a container or membrane-based recycled water facility, which is a very small footprint. And that is why our interest kind of perked up. But for our facility to actually house a full-fledged recycled water facility, we do not have enough space.
Thank you. No enough space. Next question, please.
Well, a follow-up question to that would be then, would we need to seek a new site? And the remainder questions, did anyone take note of my remainder questions? I'm sorry, I did not write them down.
Okay, let's answer the next question.
Thank you.
What will be a potential site if we needed one?
Yes, there is the possibility only if City of Hercules, City of Pinole, and Rodeo worked together and find a facility near Rodeo where we have where we are actually sending our recycled, our treated water to be disposed to the bay. If there is a facility available near Rodeo, that would be the only possibility. But it doesn't look like, we haven't explored that. Let me say that.
Thank you.
Okay, I got my questions here. I did remember them. Thank you. Financing. So Hayward, based on Hayward's experience, you opted for a loan, 21 million at the time, and then 6 million required grant. What other possible financing options that you encounter? They may or may not exist today, but I'm just curious about those. That's one question. And then the last question has to do with, if I'm understanding correctly, it's taken 15 years since Hayward's feasibility study, and the program has just begun this year in March. So can we expect something comparable, a 15-year period between the time of feasibility is begun and actual delivery of recycled water? Thank you.
I would say once we complete our feasibility study, that would actually provide us a little more guidance. For our feasibility study, we have thought of scoping out, looking for grant opportunities. If there are grant opportunities which we can access funds, so we may be able to go a little faster as water is an issue everywhere, availability. And I would say probably it will go a little faster than the 15-year period what City of Hayward encountered.
I just want to kind of add a correction. We received a loan for about 15.6 million and a grant for about 5.8. So the total was about 21,500,000.
Thank you. And on that point, at the time that you were exploring possible financing options, to the best of your recollection, what did you encounter aside from a loan and a grant? Thank you.
Susan can help out with this. I joined the city a couple of years ago, so I was not around at that time. I came on board when we had already received the funding. So
yeah, we were following.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Salimi.
You're welcome. Mayor Pro Tem Murphy, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you so much for your presentation this evening. I just have two questions. My first question is, you talked a little bit about the project phase one. It seems like there's 4 different project elements, and then it gets to customer retrofits. I'm wondering if there are any of the most popular questions or concerns you received as you were going through this project construction from your community.
So can you restate the question?
Yeah, to the City of Hayward staff, what are some of the most popular questions or concerns you received from your community throughout the project construction?
I think some comments that we're getting more recently is your customers are very, very interested.
Going back to the initial question, it's my understanding there wasn't really any backlash, if that's what you're referring to. The customers were very supportive of the project. In fact, towards the end, we got a lot of questions as to when is it going to be completed? Getting our recycled water, because they knew that it was a reliable supply given the current conditions and water supply conditions. So, they were very happy to receive it.
Thank you. My last question is what customer relationship management tool is your city using to administer this program and to communicate with your customers?
So we have set up, we have an email address, and we try to encourage our current customers and members of the public to converse with us that way. But we also, ask them if they do have questions and want to talk in person, we contact them. We go out to their sites. If, there's something that they need. We have a lot of people saying, what do I do? Someone ran over my recycled water sign. I need another sign. Can you help me? Yeah. So we're all about attending to our customers and making sure that everything's functioning properly and that they understand how the program works and, service in any way. We try to do our best.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you, Councilmember Thomas.
Yes, I want to thank City of Hayward staff for coming out and giving this presentation. I found it very enlightening. My questions are related to the financing, and I'm wondering about the loan repayments. Is that a pledge of user fees or the rates that are enough to repay that loan, or do you have to dip into other sewer funds to repay the loan?
So two separate things going on. So we're in the process of repaying the loan. It was a 1% interest loan. So pretty good. Established our rates back in 2019. As Susan mentioned, it's a little bit lower than our regular potable rate. It was based on a model of our water rate. So basically 100% of the costs were expected to be recovered from the customers, including staff time, maintenance, supplies, capital replacement, and debt service. So we haven't to date done a return on investment analysis since we just started deliveries a couple months ago, but it will be something that will be revisited. And we do plan on revisiting the rate structure. I believe it's in 2023 or FY23.
Great. And then my next question is, can you talk about your customers and what they're using the recycled water for? Is it purely landscaping, or is there industrial uses? Thank you.
Currently, it's all for landscape irrigation. We are in conversations with a number of customers who are industrial customers that would be interested in water for processing purposes. So as Susan mentioned, there's been quite an interest in water quality. So we are working on that.
Great, thank you.
Sure.
Thank you so much for being with and answering all those questions. Now we have the specialists of water in our council, many years of experience. Councilmember Tave, please go ahead.
Thank you for that introduction, Mr. Mayor. Specialist, not so much, but definitely interested in this project. Thank you, City of Hayward, for coming out and giving this. I really appreciate it. I just have some questions that will help kind of guide us on scale. As far as your wastewater plant, what's the discharge that you guys are seeing? I know that we're at, I think, 2.1 million or MGD. What's your rate?
Our
So that's kind of almost a factor of 10-ish, right? Have you guys seen chemical cost savings? That's something that our previous engineer had mentioned. Once you installed the system from that package unit, did you see your chemical costs drop?
no. We're using the same amount of sodium
And then as far as footprint goes, what's the square footage? We talked about size and possibility of not being able to fit at the plant. I noticed that you had a pretty large tank. What's the overall footprint of the recycled water plant that you guys created? Just ballpark. I mean, you could probably go to Google and pick it up from there, but
Yes, but memory me.
so the finance questions were answered. I'm just wondering, as far as the cost recovery, it looks like East Bay Mud has like 1 cent per gallon for potable water. And then your initial cost was about 28 cents per gallon. When do you see you guys being able to reduce those costs? You mentioned 2019 was when you did your study. You just started delivery. I guess comparable to some other agencies, you guys must be looking at what those costs are going to eventually shake out to be. Do you see it comparable to the 1 cent that East Bay Mud provides? Or being able to achieve that?
Yeah, I can't. So that question right now, we will be, as I mentioned, doing a rate analysis. We're going to hire a consulting firm to help us do a rate analysis in FY. So we will revisit that issue at that time.
And then do you have a general operating cost for the plant? As of right now? I mean, I know that's a very specific question, but we're trying to use these numbers to scale and kind of get an idea for the public and for council as to what that scale would look like for Pinole.
We did do an operating cost.
Don't, but we are happy to provide that
Yeah, that'd be great if
for
you
you.
get that for us, just so that we can have an idea, because I don't think we're gonna do 8.5 miles of pipe. That's a lot for the city as far as jumping out for a project like this, but just to have that kind of initial idea would be great.
Sure.
The I think that was pretty much it for me. Yeah, I think that's pretty much it. I just want to say thanks again for coming out. This has been a great presentation, and I'm hoping that it's a lot for us to think about as we move into our feasibility study. So just want to say thanks.
Thank you again for being here. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I don't think any other questions or comments from the city council. Then thank you for your time. And yes, Councilmember Tate.
Just came to me. Firefighting, is that in the master plan, or is that something you guys are going to also be looking at? So your ability to be able to fight fires with, I know that's been an issue with some fire agencies as to whether or not recycled water can be used for firefighting, especially in open spaces, or I'm sorry, especially in urban areas or residential. There's an issue or some notion out there that water quality might be bad for using it for firefighting. But my thoughts are going to more towards our open space and urban living lights. Have you guys given any thought to that?
Actually did discuss that not too long ago.
Right.
With our utilities manager, and it will be something that we will be visiting in the master planning process. But there are some cities out there that are using recycled water for firefighting purposes.
Thank you.
Mayor Salimi, if I may.
Go ahead, please go ahead.
There was one other question. It may have partially been answered already, but regarding the different phases of a project like this, you're in phase one now, delivery to the customers that you've acquired to date. What other phases are likely to be explored or implemented on a project like this?
For that, Susan, or would you like me?
Yeah, can you cover that?
Sure. So in the upcoming master planning process, we will, of course, look at our existing phase one and see what would be a feasible kind of a out to digest, shall we say, for phase two. What that would depend upon base and cost. We have a fairly robust industrial and commercial base. So our initial phase one pipeline kind of runs through that area, but we would like to continue it through that area. So there's possibilities. There's a lot of possibilities, and there's still a number of parks and schools and things as well that are possibilities. It just depends on how much you want to spend, really.
So if I'm understanding correctly, the phases are about expanding the service to include different types or numbers of certain categories of customers. Yeah?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Excellent. Any other questions? I don't see any. Okay, thank you again for being here with us tonight. And we hope to hear back from you soon, and you're always welcome to come back to the city of Pinole. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Cheryl and Susan.
Thank you very much. I apologize if I was a little bit brief. I just want to move on to the next item since we have a very, very busy agenda tonight. And next item on the agenda will be actually item number 9, which is the consent calendar. And tonight we do have 10 items on the consent calendar. Then, Madam City Clerk, do you have any public comments and anybody who wishes to pull anything from the public at this moment, please? Which items?
Thank you, Mayor.
Which items we have here?
Yes, in person, we have 2 comments for item 9C. We have 1 for 9D and 1 for 9E, and then we have some virtual hands raised.
And I believe at this moment, how many virtual hands do we have?
We have 2.
We have 2 virtual hands. So we don't know which item those people would like to pull. So,
No, we don't.
okay, excellent. So I will let the people actually on Zoom to start, if you don't mind.
Okay, we will start with Cordell Hindler. Let's go ahead.
So good evening, Mayor Salimi, council members. Cordell Handler, Richmond. So I was looking at the consent calendar under 9. Very disappointed at the last meeting because I didn't get a chance to say what I was going to say under the second citizen to be heard. I felt that my voice was not being heard because I have to wait until like almost midnight to get a word edgewise. I feel that that's not fair to the public because we have to sit here and like wait until our names get called. So what I'm suggesting is that and I've looked at other cities and how they conduct their meetings is like hear from the public like after. So that's not fair to me because I'm teaching my nephew how to stand up for himself, in a situation like that. And I feel that my voice was not heard. So I had sent my comments to the city clerk after the meeting, what I was going to address to you all. So I'm suggesting that we have to do better than that. Let the public be heard the second time. That's one. And then number 2 is regarding the budget fee. As I stated before, if I put my business, in the city of Pinole, I wouldn't do it because there has not been a traffic analysis that has been conducted because some of the businesses along Pinole Valley Road have been almost an accident along that corridor, and it's getting worse by the second. If I were to move my business into Pinole, I would not last because I want an area that is more safer. Because you got all these potential businesses that are going to come to Pinole. I don't think that's going to be possible because you try like bringing some revenue, from my perspective. Tenants would like to come to this area to set up shop there, but they're afraid to see how their business is going to affect. So that's all I had to say for the consent calendar, and I will pass my time to someone else.
Good evening, ma'am. Can you please let us know which item you would like to talk about?
Hello?
Yes,
Good evening,
go
ma'am.
ahead.
How are you? Can you please let us know which item you would like to discuss, please?
Yes, I'd like to remove or speak about 9C and 9D.
So 9C and
9D.
okay. Madam City Clerk, do we have 3 minutes for each item? Okay, which one would you like to start with, please?
9C.
Okay, can you please restart the timer if you don't mind? Okay, go ahead on 9C.
9C. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Really quick. The revised proposed budget on page 58 of 9C. An appropriation and additional for the Korea House renovations. Mayor and Council, I suggested sell the building as is or put it on the ballot. Is there something we fear about not passing the ballot? Do not throw good money out on a losing project. This item should be continued until the public gets to weigh on this project. Next thing on page 83, you have an organizational structure. Let me remind you, time and time again, I like to remind Mayor and Council, the residents of Pinole should be in charge. We're your boss. We vote for you. The city council, city treasurer, then the city clerk, city manager, city attorney, and then the rest of the employees. Let me remind you, this is a people's house. It belongs to us. We are the people. You work for us, and anytime you make a decision, it affects us. The other thing I want to make a suggestion, Mayor, on page 91, every year we get a budget excellence fiscal award on our budget excellence. Let me tell you something. I'd like to know through the city manager, you can send me an email, when was the last forensic audit this city has had? I've lived here for 40 years. I've never heard of us having an audit on our books. I think it's time to have one. If we can't afford it, since we're gonna throw money out the window, might as well put it to good use. And thank you, Mayor. Should I go to the next one?
Okay, that concludes item 9C for you. You want to move on to 9D?
Yes, sir.
Yes, can you please restate the timer for her? Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. 9D, again, this is on page 313, funding a project from the unfunded and unprogrammed project list, Korea House renovations. This was a last project, unfunded, unprogrammed last year. We talked about it for last couple of years. We don't have the money. It's a vacant building. I think you need to remove this from the CIP funded and put it back where it was. This is not a priority. According to page 330, the project is supposed to start in 2 weeks. Are you serious? $420,000. Why don't we just hire SROs to protect our schools? Anyway, according to the CIP, this project was last in priority. Who wants this vacant lot when we have other priorities, Mayor? The other thing is, according to the CIP last council meeting, if you include any additional projects like this revised one, the FOREA, we need to remove one from the current projects. Which one did you remove? What project is removed to add $420,000? Serious, Mayor and Council, I am so disappointed with this council, not knowing that we're heading to a recession. We have no money, and here we are talking about what to do with $420,000. I can tell you, we have better things to do with it. And Mayor, I am so disappointed with each and every one of you, and I'd like you to put back where it was a couple of months ago, put it on the unfunded, let the people come and decide what they want to do. 3 or 4 months from now, 3 of you will be out of office, either rerun or not run, and then we're gonna get stuck with this funding. Why? I don't understand. Are we owing favors to somebody? I don't get it. Mayor, please, and Council, continue this for the next couple of months and let the public and the taxpayers weigh in on $420,000. We have better, and that's just the beginning. We have better things to do. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, ma'am. Madam City Clerk, any person on Zoom at this moment who would like to make a comment? Put any item 10, 9 correction?
No, there are
No?
no more
Okay,
virtual
then I would
comments.
invite the member of the public, please, to come and make a comment. Madam City Clerk, who is the first person, please?
Debbie Long for item 9C.
Good evening again, ma'am. Do we have more than one comment from Ms. Long tonight? Just one item, 9C?
For the consent calendar, just this item.
Okay, thank you. Please go ahead when you are ready, ma'am.
I'll try to be quick. As I said at a previous meeting, the summaries of the general fund revenues as well as the expenditures should have 2 additional line items for the 2006 Measure S and 2014 Measure S accounts. The people were promised that there would be full accounting of these 2 tax measures. I realize there's a summary in another part of the document, but that feels like it's hidden. We promised transparency to the people, and I ask that the council honor this. Also, Measure S 2014, there are $718,000 appropriated to the general government. There's $50,568 to the sewer fund, which is questionable, and $20,000 to planning. At some point, I'd like to know exactly what these numbers are comprised of, because particularly sewer fund sounds questionable to me. Last time I spoke about the 115 pension trust and how it was to have been used. I will restate. This fund was established to make up the difference when PERS miscalculated their interest earnings. For those that may not understand, in any given period, year, PERS states that they expect to make X amount of dollars in interest in a year. Then they tell the agencies based upon that projection what their share is, including the employee share. That is what is put aside in the annual budget. However, more often than not, PERS hasn't undercalculated their interest earnings, and the agencies then have to make up the difference. This also affects the employees because they traditionally have to pay proportionate share of this. So as an example, if PERS estimated 7%, but only received 5%, they bill the city for the difference. This fund was set up to cover any gap, so the budget would not be adversely impacted. Instead, the current city manager states that the year 1819 was a base year, and any additional increase to PERS, including all new employee pension costs, could be taken out of this. Further, he went on to say this is how it was explained to him. By whom is what I would ask. I have spoken to every single council member who was a part of establishing that trust, as well as the city manager who was with us at the time. They all remember it the same way. While it's not necessarily illegal to use this as a pension slush fund, it is not what that intent was. We have an actuarial work on this, and it was anticipated this fund would last, if used as gap funding, until 2034. We'll be lucky to get another 5 or 7 years out of it now. This isn't a whole lot different than what our government has done in rating our Social Security fund, and we all know what's happening with that. If a proposed budget is structurally imbalanced, the city's policy directs that staff should develop a plan to create a structurally balanced but for the subsequent fiscal year. Absent of misusing this 115 trust, you are structurally imbalanced. I would like efficiencies and expenditures to be reviewed sooner than later. The council needs to reaffirm the use of the 115 trust as created by the council in 2018. And if they don't, it's proof that what is promised today can't be counted on by future councils.
Thank you, Ms. Long. Would you like us to respond to you now? Would you like us to get back to you at a later time? Okay, we'll get back to you at a later time. I had the conversation with our staff, and they invited you to join them, and we will also get back to you on that specific item on Trust Fund 115. Thank you for your comments again. Madam City Clerk, do you have any other item here?
Yes, Rafael Menez has a comment for 9C, 9D, and 9E.
Would that be the last person? Excellent. Good evening, sir. Which item would you like to start with, please?
I believe I would like to start with item 9C, the budget. First off, I'd like to note that there's a broken out variant of the Measure S funds on page 114 of this agenda packet, page 46 of the budget document itself. It breaks out the Measure S 2006 fund as Fund 105 and the Measure S 2014 fund as Fund 106 for expenditures. And it has their revenues broken out already within their own subcategories in the revenue section on page 113. Secondly, I'd like to praise the Finance Department staff for the chart they put on page 3 of the budget agenda packet and page 59 of the agenda packet as a whole, showing general fund, including Measure S 2006 and 2014 revenues and expenditures, general reserve fund revenues, and pension trust fund revenue and expenditures. I think it's worthwhile for the general public to be able to get a high-level overview of what's going on with the city's budget in a simplified version early on of a document. So I think that's good to be done. I also think it's praiseworthy on page 101 to have the breakdown of expenditures, not just by category, but also by department, to be able to get a sense of what kinds of expenses things are spent on. You can note, for example, that salaries and wages went up from 9.6 million to 10.5 million to 11.4 million. And benefits went up roughly likewise, whereas other operating expenses remained relatively flat. On page 108, it mentions that revenue for the Pinole television is projected to be about the same as the FY 21-22 revised budget. So I'm curious as to whether there are any inflation adjustments built into the contracts that PCTV has with outside agencies, or whether they're just a flat fee that's only renegotiated what the contract itself is. On page 110, for the expenditures by category, I think one thing that was worthy of note was the increase in
Rafael, you might want to move the mic. Thank you.
capital expenditures across funds. And then I was also curious, because this is a relatively substantial area, what all falls under the non-departmental category for expenditures by department. I think that's all of mine for 9C.
Okay, please move. Thank you, Mr. Menes. What we'll do is we'll have city staff to get back to you at another time. We have a very, very busy agenda tonight. And I will ask you to please move on to item number 9D.
Certainly. So for 9D, I'm concerned about deferring the storm drain master plan as is suggested on page number 3 of the staff report, page 314 of the agenda, to future years, given the overall importance of a city of getting a general sense of what its assets and liabilities are, and in particular, given the ongoing fiscal impact that storm drain condition has when there are storms and there's leakage from the storm drains into the sewer. So we have influent infiltration and increased sewer costs every time that happens. So I'm curious as to whether there's any way the city could restructure the projects it's focusing on within the CIP, or what sorts of projects would need to be removed in order to allow the storm drain master plan in particular to take place on its original time frame, because I believe that should be a significant priority for the city above and beyond what it appears to be at the moment, given that it's being delayed. And then that also ties in roughly with 9E, and that's brief. 9E is discussing.
So I'm sorry, you're done with 9D?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So please reset the timer for Mr. Menes, and we'll get back to you as well with those questions from our city engineers, and we'll move on to 9E with you. Please go ahead.
So for 9E, and this ties back a little bit to 9D, I wanted to highlight for everyone again on page 423, the 4 liabilities that the city of Pinole is facing. The unfunded accrued liability for other post-employment benefits, which is noted that as of June 30th, 2021, the city had an unfunded OPEB liability of $46.5 million. And then also later on that page, it says that the city has deferred expenditures on capital asset maintenance and renewal, but it doesn't know what the current state of the city's assets are. It's conducting a strategy to conduct a citywide asset condition assessment, which is currently underway, addressing additional asset types in phases. But if the stormwater system is delayed, that's going to delay the overall asset condition assessment and also delay the city being able to get a proper grasp on just how great its liabilities are. We might be able to have approximations, but it's possible that in the process of creating the storm sewer master plan, it will be revealed there's a more significant liability than the city expected. And I believe that's all my comments for 9E.
Thank you, sir. Madam City Clerk, any other comments from anybody else, please?
No, there are no more comments.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Menez, we'll get back to you. And I know those are very technical questions, important questions. What I invite you to do is also in the future to send those questions via email before the meeting starts so that we get staff answering those questions prior to the meeting. That will also help. But I would have staff getting back to you on those specific items, C, D, and ECO. And then I will turn it back. I will then turn it back to the city council for questions and any item that needs to be pulled, please.
Hillary had a question or a comment.
Director Guillory?
Yes, if I may just jump in for a second here, Mayor Salimi, I just wanted to mention that staff is happy to meet with Ms. Long to discuss the pension trust further if she'd like. Also, we're happy to prepare a memo, an informational memo that would provide information to both the council and the public on the pension trust and the calculation and also the city's practice that has been used to determine the amount that is transferred from the trust. So just wanted to put that out there.
Thank you, Madam Finance Director. I do appreciate it. And so the invitation would be extended to Ms. Long and should be welcome to meet. And that memo will be shared with the council and to the public as well. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Then I will turn it back to the city council for any item that need to be pulled. Councilmember Thomas.
No comments.
Thank you. Councilmember Tave.
No comments.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
Just a question on 9D. I know there was a question regarding the storm drainage master plan. One of my questions was I noticed there was no defined funding source for it. Was there a reason for that, or are we thinking, I mean, what are we thinking?
It's a question for the city engineer. Who's your question addressed to, sir?
Whichever staff member prepared the report.
I'll have Misa take a shot at it.
Sure. The Measure S funds are the ones that support the storm drain master plan. So it's not recommended to be removed off of the CIP. It's just recommended for deferral into the next fiscal year.
Got it. The question I had was, I don't think there's a funding source that is defined right now. Is there a suggested funding source, or is there a thought process on why there's no defined source yet?
Is that for the storm drain master plan you're asking about?
Yeah, it's on, I can't find the page, but it's within the CIP. Give me one moment.
So the reason on the summary sheet, no funding source is shown is the funding sources on the summary sheet are shown for the projects that are planned for the upcoming fiscal year. But on the project sheet itself, you'll see the funding source is Measure S funds, which was on the 5-year funding plan for that particular project.
Got it. So on page 325 of the agenda packet, it outlines 75,000 for fiscal year 2023, 2024, fiscal year 2024, 2025, 75. And right now, that page just shows the current funded projects as to the year 2023, 2024. Is that what you're saying?
Scrolling to 325 now, just to ensure that that's the same summary sheet we're looking at.
Yeah, that's the one I was referring to.
Correct. So everything in the project category, if you look all the way to the right on the table that has a funding source, only projects that are programmed for the upcoming fiscal year show the project sources. But just for example, if you look at Plum Street parking lot improvements, that's scheduled to go in 23-24. So if you look at that project sheet, it'll give you a breakdown of what the funding sources are for that particular project.
Okay, thank you. That's my only question.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Martinez Ruben, please go ahead.
Thank you. Small revision request related to the minutes of June 7th on page 14 of the minutes or page 29 of 689 of the packet. Around the middle of the page, paragraphs 4 and 5, last line in paragraph 4, she suggested the city council not move forward with the staff recommendations as outlined. If that can be revised to read, not move forward with the options on which staff was seeking direction from council. At the time that our assistant city attorney made his presentation, what he had on his slide were options, not recommendations. And it's important to make that distinction. Similarly, the following paragraph, paragraph 5, reads, Councilmember Toms agreed the city council should not move forward with the staff recommendations as outlined, but I will leave it up to Councilmember Toms if she would like to have a similar revision so that the word recommendations reads options.
Councilmember Martinez Ruben, can you please restate the area and the minutes that you're referring to, please? The page, if you don't mind.
Sure. Page 14 of the minutes of June 7th, or similarly, page 29 of 689 of the meeting packet.
29 of 629. Let me get there.
29 of 689.
Thank you. I am there. And you're referring to which paragraph?
This line in paragraph 4 and first line of paragraph 5.
1, 2, 3, 4. Councilmember Toms, are you fine with the
Yeah,
changes?
changing recommendations to options is fine.
Okay. Any other council member has comments on that item that Councilmember Martinez Ruben brought up? Councilmember Tave, do you have any comments? No? No. Okay. That's if it's fine with the city clerk, if we could make those modifications, Madam City Clerk.
Doing a little review. Yes, that's fine. We'll make sure that it indicates options, not recommendations. Thank you.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Those are the comments. I don't have any comment at this moment. So I would then please invite one of the council member to make a motion to approve the consent calendars. And we will vote on it. Anybody who wishes to make a motion, please.
Move to approve consent calendar.
Any
I'll
second?
second.
Seconded by Councilmember Toms. Madam City Clerk, roll call, please.
Thank you. Councilmember Martinez Ruben.
Yes.
Councilmember Toms.
Yes.
Councilmember Tave.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
Yes.
Mayor Salimi.
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Excellent. Item 9 is now closed, and then we'll move on to item number 10, and that will be our public hearing. I would like to start out of the order right now. I would like to start with item number 10C, which is resolution adopting updated user and regulatory fees. And tonight we have a presentation by our Finance Director, Guillory. Good evening again, ma'am. Can you please keep your presentation under 10 minutes if possible?
So I'll just give a brief introduction. We actually have our consultant here who assisted the city with conducting the fee study. So I'm joined by Jeanette Hahn of ClearSource Financial Consulting, and they assisted with conducting the fee study. It included a joint effort between the consultants as well as the various city departments. The study covers a number of areas and looked at the cost of doing or cost of services analysis for providing the various services in the areas of planning, building, engineering, recreation, code enforcement, police, fire, and some administrative areas, including finance, as well as the city clerk's office. Should be noted that the study does not include taxes, and it also does not include fines. Those are determined based on the municipal code. It also does not include development impact fees. Those will be studied separately through a Nexus study that we're planning to conduct this summer. So with that, I'll turn the presentation over to Jeanette, and she'll present an overview of the cost of services study, which will include some background information, methodology on what was used to calculate the cost of services, and the findings, as well as the recommendations for the updated master fee schedule. So Jeanette, take it away.
Thank you, Ms. Guillory, and good evening, Mayor, members of the council. I'm pleased to represent the consulting team of ClearSource. We've been working collaboratively with your finance department, with Ms. Guillory, and all across the city with the departments who manage these fees for wide-ranging services. So I just want to acknowledge that this study was comprehensive in scope and required the engagement and thankfully the energetic engagement by city staff. I recognize that you are crunched for time. I'm going to move quickly through these slides. Please feel free to interrupt me if I'm moving too fast to address your questions. But briefly, the city does maintain a master schedule of user and regulatory fees across various city services. You have in the past periodically reviewed and updated these. The fees are intended to be cost-based, so they do need to be dynamically managed. And in fact, this study, this comprehensive cost of services study, was actually a council-directed special project within your strategic plan. So that's why it's here this evening. I'll just say that these user fees and charges are fairly standard across California municipalities. They are charged to recover the costs for services that happen at the request of or because of an action from an individual, business, or a group. So when we talk about fees, sometimes fees, I think in the general public sense, might get sometimes confused and thrown in the same pool as taxes. And so you'll hear us kind of talking about that a little bit tonight, but generally communities use their tax revenues to provide for services that have a broad community benefit, such as those listed on the screen. And that is because that is a general pool of revenue, and it is the vast revenue source that California municipality has. Municipalities then supplement that with revenues like user fees and charges that are more targeted for specific actions. And the bulk of these revenues fall in things like development services. So plan review, permitting, inspection of development and construction, but there are services across the organization into your community services, public safety, and other public works activities. So as Ms. Guillory mentioned, there are broad categories of fees, which you'll see in the proposed master fee schedule. These are those fees listed here. And again, this does not include taxes, utility rates, assessments, or fines. So cities review their fees and charges for a number of obligations that you have. Number one, you have legal requirements that you need to meet in order to charge these fees, and in order to do so through action of the city council, not through a vote. Most communities now in managing their services and their financial condition are looking to directly recover their costs for services that have individual benefit. And again, your goals actually address this in your revenue policies. Most importantly, I think as a part of those goals, when you actively manage these fees, you provide relief to the general fund, which in California, general funds are perennially constrained. So to the degree that you can have the general fund bearing community-wide benefit services and carve off those things that have individual benefit, you actually are able to sort of better ensure and sustain continuity of your service levels that your community expects. As I mentioned, these are fees that are approved solely through the action of the council. They do not go to a vote. In order to be seen that way through the California State Constitution, these fees have to be cost of service based, which is why you conduct this study. Your obligations with respect to these fees are that the fee payer should be subject to an amount that bears a reasonable relationship to their burden on the service cost or the benefits that they receive, and that that fee should not exceed the estimated reasonable cost of providing that service. When we talk about fees, you will hear us use the terminology, the full cost of service, which again is in your current revenue policies. You explicitly identify this. The full cost of service, which is your maximum threshold for what a fee could be through your own action as a council, includes the direct costs of providing the service. Most of those costs are actually attributable to city labor. Most of these services are related to your staff spending time providing the service. But in addition to that, there are services and supplies that supplement that provision. There are facilities that you maintain. There are organizations within the city agency that manage and support that staff. And there are central support services that are part of that. These are all things that are part of the full cost of service and are seen widely throughout California and accepted as the maximum basis for fees. The other thing that I would mention in terms of fee setting in California is that when we talk about the cost of service, we also want to ensure that a fee payer in one service category is not subsidizing a fee payer in that same fee category. In other words, we don't discount a certain fee and hope to over collect from a different fee payer in that same area. That's something that would be in a disconnect with the cost of service ethic. So again, I started touching on the terminology that you're going to hear me repeat throughout, and that's embedded also in that staff report in your agenda packet. We already talked about what we mean by the full cost of service, which is your maximum threshold for a fee. We also use the term cost recovery, which is the amount of a service's cost that is recovered from the fee. Obviously, you fund these services, but when we talk about cost recovery, we mean that which is recovered through the fee. And when we refer to the word subsidy, if we say that something is subsidized, what we mean is that other city revenues, predominantly the general revenues of the general fund, pay the difference between the full cost of service and what you collect from the fee. So you'll hear us say those terms throughout this. Very, very quickly, I mentioned that most of these services that are driven by the fact that you have labor within the city organization that's providing the service. So what we are able to do is express the full cost of service in terms of a fully burdened hourly rate for that staff time. We then apply that to known or estimated time required to provide the service, and we get that maximum cost for a unit of service. From that, we can then define fee structures that would create that reasonable relationship between how an individual benefits from the service and what their fee amount is. Here's an illustration then of when we talk about the cost recovery and the subsidy, and across all of these services, it can be, the full cost of service can be identified. That's the bar on the left there. It can be directly compared to the revenue that you take in from the fee, and the amount of the current subsidy can be identified. So we're able to say, what is the current cost recovery? How much are you subsidizing? Where could the fee be? So obviously, whenever you recover a $0 fee, you're getting 0% cost recovery. That means the general resources are paying for that service, and presumably then it must have community benefit, large community benefit to you. When a fee is set to 100% cost recovery, it must have highly targeted individual benefit. And that's what we're sort of addressing here. And you, again, going back to your own established revenue policies, you talk about this. So existing city revenue policy actually directs that these fee-based services target full cost recovery, except in cases where there is greater community benefit. or when it's simply not cost effective to do so. And we might talk about some of those areas as we move forward in the specific proposals. Finally, I would just say, because you well document your strategic goals and your revenue policies, I just want to underscore for you, council, but also for the public who's listening, that you know, as somebody who's been in helping agencies set fees, I can say nobody enjoys setting fees. It's always a tough decision to do this. But what we would say is that when you're managing the city this way, with these types of goals in mind, actually managing your user fees on a regular and proactive basis is a part of aligning to these goals. So, I mean, just generally, I would say that providing a reliable means to cover the cost for these specific services helps you to sustain that service delivery in line with the expectations of your community. So with that said, let's go through this, and I will cite the page numbers of the master fee schedule where we're generally talking about the proposals here. The first thing, though, that I do want to say is that a fee study of this nature is actually a collaborative effort. So I mentioned that your staff has been energetic and engaged through this process. It would not help you as a council, I think, to hear and to receive a consultant report that just simply lists maximum costs of service for fees and ask that you tell us by exception where you want to deviate. So I want to acknowledge that your staff, who are closest to the services, they are expert in providing the services, and they are closest to these fee payers, have been heavily involved in the recommendations that you see in this master fee schedule. So I would just want to underscore that these are well-considered proposals, and it's my understanding too that staff is available here to the extent that you might have specific questions about some of these services. So I'm going to start with a relatively simple, not really going in any particular order here, but on page 1 of the master fee schedule, you're going to see a category of fees that begins with these administrative fees. And these are a small subset of fees predominantly managed by your city clerk's office and your finance department that are related to public records and other administrative activities. There are not many changes here. Most of these fees are limited by statute. The fee schedule has been cleaned up, if you will, to make sure that it reflects services currently provided. So for example, to the extent that a record is provided online, fee category has been removed. Staff doesn't need to spend the effort to go through providing records that are provided online. Therefore, there doesn't need to be a fee for that. So again, this is the alignment of matching fee schedules and the underlying costs to the actual practices. There is one new fee that is proposed here, and that's to recover the city's credit card vendor transaction cost. It's just a pass-through once that's established and known. And that's, again, to make sure that you don't lose ground in terms of cost of service when somebody chooses to pay a fee, particularly large ones that are expected that way. And on page 6 of your master fee schedule that's in front of you, you will see the body of what we call building fees. So these are fees predominantly related to plan review, inspection, and permitting, but other fees as well. In this section as well, not only are we concerned about making sure that fees align to current to present day known costs, we also did quite a bit of restructuring in this category, again, to make sure that we are in tune with that ethic that the fee payer is paying in proportion to the service received. What we see is that the vast majority of your fees in this particular area were subject to a fairly simple fee structure that had a linear progression, that as a project got larger in size, the fee went up that way. But the effort to actually provide that service is not in. So the fees that you see presented in your master fee schedule in your packet have been restructured to correct for this and to make sure that that proportionality exists in that fee amount. In addition, there have been some fixed fees that are established for some really commonly requested minor permits. And this really, I think, is going to improve customer service and also your staff's ability to manage fees. People can better estimate the fees. You can achieve sort of better management of the fees and accurate collection. In terms of a cost recovery, these fees, like most California municipalities, are going to be targeting full cost recovery. We're going to revisit building fees in just a few slides here. We'll show you some comparative changes. But moving on to planning fees, which begin on page 12 of the master fee schedule in front of you. So the thing with planning here is that, and I know you know this, so this is maybe for the public's benefit, but planning is a detailed process. It can span time, it spans departments. It's part of the protection of the look and feel and character of a community. So the fees are going to vary depending on the service. So your current body overall of planning fees are recovering about 60% of the cost of service. So in total, some more, some less. And so fees have been recalibrated to make sure that they're recovering as much of the cost of service as is feasible. And some of that is actually looking beyond your development services department, because there are other departments in the city that often provide sort of cross-departmental support. Those costs should be reflected when you're looking at a full cost of service. So that has happened here in terms of recomputing your fees. Now, fees that are applied to what the department would consider major projects are going to target full cost recovery in line with the city's existing revenue policy. Fees for minor projects are going to continue to target less than full cost recovery. So overall, though, we're going to the schedule is going to move for this area from about 60% cost recovery overall to 80% cost recovery. Now, I know that there have been some questions about why would those minor projects target less than full cost recovery. And really, again, we have to give credit to the department for knowing the community, knowing the goals of the community, and knowing the fee payers. Recognizing that planning can be a complicated process, particularly for a minor project, this is enabling the department and the city to collaborate with its resident population, make sure that they are brought into the fold in this process. And again, the overall goal is to protect that distinctive character of the city of Pinole, of the community. On to what are categorized as engineering and encroachment permit fees, also include land development as well. These begin on page 17 of your master fee schedule. So in this subset of fees, the Public Works Department uses a combination of internal staff and outside service providers to provide the various plan review and inspection activities. So the fee structure, the proposed fee structure in the master fee schedule is just making sure that the city is has the opportunity to recover both its costs, but also the costs of those outside service providers. Also, I would say that the current fee structure, the prevailing fees in this area had many, and in collaboration with city staff in this process and in wanting to sort of improve both customer service and fee management internal to the city, we have proposed through here to move to some more fixed fees that do scale to the size of the project. But again, this provides for more predictability, less management of too many deposit scenarios. So in this particular case, again, full cost recovery is targeted, and currently this subset of fees is recovering about 85%. So you're going to move up the queue, and we don't have exceptions to moving on to fire prevention fees, which begin on page 20 of your master fee schedule. So fire prevention fees, these are your review of business operations, construction review, and other reviews to look for compliance with the fire code. Here, the fire prevention fees are proposed to change. They're actually going to just be brought into alignment with those fees that are imposed by the Contra Costa County Fire Protection District. Now, normally I'm just going to say this so that you have some comfort here that this was analyzed. You do not set based on what other communities charge. I mean, that is not a basis for a user fee. In this particular case, for this subset of fees, because of the circumstances and how services are provided, we can say a few things. Number one, the underlying costs in those district fees that you're going to be aligned with are comparable to costs that we saw in the district's fee schedule over time has moved with general cost inflation, whereas the cities did not over a period of time. So you lost ground in terms of cost recovery compared to that. And the fee categories embedded in the district's fee schedule are identical to the city's fee category. So this alignment is a sort of streamlined way of getting you there and is going to be in line with your cost of service. Moving on to then police. So police fees are relatively minor to their operations. These are things like vehicle impound and fingerprinting. Again, in collaboration with departmental leadership here, we're proposing that the fees remain unchanged. These services are predominantly funded through tax revenues. The fees are almost immaterial. We do have documented cost of service as a part of this study, so that has been done for your reference, but these are so low volume. And again, the department is closest to these actual fee payers, and we respect that decision to leave those fees unchanged. They do not have a material impact on the performance of the general fund. And then finally, walking through the subsets, we are going to recreation and facility rental fees, which begin on page 33 of the master fee schedule that you're seeing here. And I would just say, I mean, if there's any group of staff that we would like to just collectively care about over the last couple of years, it sure has been parks and recreation functions within California municipalities. The pandemic and the effects surrounding it have really challenges. So it's a tough time to be considering fees, but your department here is proposing some changes here in your fee schedule, again, in line with your revenue policies. But we'll just say that services have been significantly impacted, as you know, through the pandemic, and are having to kind of come back. You're having to respond and watch demand. These are heavily market influenced fees, but we still have an obligation as a California city to set these fees in line with cost. So we don't want to push them off and just say they're market based and not think about them. But again, they're very sensitive to demand and what you can offer. And that has been severely impacted by the pandemic. On top of that, Parks and Rec departments are really impacted by so many changes in underlying costs, from labor to benefit, like other departments, but the nature of its workforce, particularly so. Utilities costs, insurance costs have just have created a lot of pressure on these programs. At the same time, agencies feel very strongly about their parks and recreation programs and how they provide access to the community, and that you want to keep your facilities and programs up to your standards of service. So that still has to continue as you're juggling all of this. A couple of things we do want to point out that are here: the minimum wage increases have been hard on Parks and Rec departments. They have gone up 25% since 2019. And then just generally there in the region, cost inflation has gone up 10%. So with all of this in mind, knowing that there is a lot of fluctuation, there's a lot of change in the offerings, there's a lot of change in the underlying demand for these services. It would be easy to just sort of take a wait and see approach on recreation, parks related fees and facility rentals, but the staff is going to recommend, and we're supporting as well, that fees be proposed by line with that regional cost inflation of 10%. This does not take you out of the similar programs in the Bay Area. It just makes you so that you don't lose ground to some of these cost pressures that the department has to manage. And I think the intent here is that these fees will be dynamically.
Thank you, ma'am. I will give you 5 more minutes to conclude your presentation, please.
Yes, we're almost done here. Thank you so much. So they will not be a set it or forget it. I know the department wants to consider, we'll continue to watch that demand and make sure that fees out of costs and bring those back to you. Now, just going back to that building issue, I would like to show you some comparisons here just so that we can understand those fee changes. So this is a comparison here to these agencies that you see, some of your neighbors there in the area. We're looking at types of projects at certain valuations. And we can see here that your current building permit and plan review fees are sitting on the low end of your neighbors, and the proposed fees will bring you into the mid-range. Again, these are based on your costs. They're not set to what other people are charging, but it's based on your costs for this scale of projects. If a higher scale of project at $50,000, again, here's your current fee for building permit and plan review. You're in the mid-range, your fee will stay in the mid-range of these selected agencies here. We move up in scale to a $100,000 size project. And keep in mind, as we go up in scale, the incidence of these projects become less and less common to your department managing these services, okay? So your current fee in this case is sitting right here for a project at $100,000. It's going to drop a little bit. You're in the mid-range. You're going to stay in the mid-range. This is an effect of the restructuring to make sure that the fee paid is in alignment with the proportionality of the services provided. Moving to one more example, you can start, well, actually 2 more examples. You can start to see we move up to 500,000 here in terms of valuation, not a common incident here, but you'll see that you're sitting at the high end. This is an effect of the existing fee structure that needs to be brought into alignment with your practices. Your proposed fee will take you from the high end down to the mid-range, again, among your neighbors. And finally, a project at $1 million in scale, here you are at the high end, well above your neighbors. The proposed fee structure would just bring that fee down into alignment, and it matches your costs to provide the service for this scale of project. So your next steps this evening, in addition to asking the questions that you have, are to go ahead and complete the public hearing. And if you should so choose to adopt the schedule of fees that's presented here. If you choose to adopt that schedule, it will not go into effect until September 1st. And that's because of the development related fees that by statute need a 60-day waiting period before they can go into.
Thank you, ma'am. Excellent presentation. I do appreciate it. City Manager Mary, would you like to add anything to?
Happy to answer the questions. The departments are available, as well as Director Guillory, who oversaw the effort through the Finance Department.
Excellent, excellent. Madam City Clerk, do we have any members of the public who wish to talk tonight?
Yes, we have 2 in-person speakers, Guy Houston and Rafael Menez.
Mr. Houston, good evening. Thank you for joining us tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of City Council. My name is Guy Houston. Tonight, I'm representing MRK Partners and my company, California Gold Advocacy Group. First, I want to compliment the council for making this a priority. I think that there's 2 really important things in good government. One is you want to be competitive with all of your neighbors. And so this is going to bring you into an area where you're competitive with all the cities in Alameda and Contra Costa counties. And the second is you are taking away any threat of nexus issues, AB 1600, and opening yourself up to litigation by having fees that are way out of what is normal. So I compliment the consultant, but most importantly, compliment the City Council for their direction and leadership in making this happen. And we certainly support this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Madam City Clerk, next citizen who wish to talk, please.
Rafael Menez.
So I have a few questions related to this, some more technical, some broader. I'll save the more technical ones for the end. But the broader questions, basically, the overall presentation seemed to be saying basically, you're looking for a sense of proportionality, getting full cost recovery that, let's see if I can find the exact phrasing. For the building and planning category in particular, that fees for minor projects continue to target less than full cost recovery, and fees for major projects target full cost recovery. But at the same time, it seems like based on the various charts provided in the executive summary and elsewhere, so pages 571 and 572 of the agenda packet, you see a marked decrease in the building permit and plan review fees as you go up in scale, and a slight increase in those fees of a lower end of the scale, which seems like it's the other way around. I'm assuming that the reason it's structured this way is because the higher end fees weren't linked directly to the city's overall cost, but it seems like a mismatch in the report. So I'd appreciate some clarification on that. Then for the more detailed questions, I'm curious on page 607, looking at address adjustment under other developed services. I'm curious as to how that ended up. The city was recovering 171% of its cost there. I noticed that because it stood out most of this time, the city was recovering 100% or less. Secondly, with regards to on page 547, permit type 43 rooftop heliport, would the city even grant such a permit? Is it just here purely because we're copying Confire's permits and we don't want to have any difference from them? It seems odd to have a fee category per se that I don't think is currently allowed within the city's planning structure. And then let's see. Finally, on page 588, one of the things that stood out to me was that the renewal and amendment fees for concealed weapon permits are dropping from 100% cost recovery to 6 and 7% cost recovery because they're shifting from actual costs to a set fee. And I was curious as to whether that adjustment was due to court cases and a different constitutional view on concealed weapon rights or some other reasoning. Thank you.
Thank you. We will note your questions and we'll have a city staff to get back to you, Mr. Menes. Those are very technical questions. I would like them to be answered, but I don't think we have all the details and the time tonight to address them since we have still a very long agenda. So Mr. Andrew Murray, if you could please keep notes of those questions and get back to Mr. Menes after the meeting, I would appreciate it, please, sir.
Yeah, Director Guillory will take care of responding to Mr. Menes's questions. Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager Murray, and thank you, Mr. Menes, for your questions again. Madam City Clerk, any other members of the public who wish to talk either in person or via Zoom?
No.
Excellent. Then I will turn it back to the City Council for discussion. And just would like to remind you that staff recommends the City Council to hold this public hearing, which is tonight, and adopt the proposed resolution, city's user and regulation fee, which if adopted will be effective starting September 1st of 2022. So that's the recommendation. Councilmember Thomas, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I have two main questions. The first one is you did a comparison of different jurisdictions, and there's an asterisk after Contra Costa County. Is that intended to be unincorporated or average or what?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Tom. So that is because in those particular cases, the county is actually providing the service for five different municipalities. And I can't actually name what those 5 are. I'm sorry this evening, but no, it's for other cities.
Okay, I couldn't find the reference. That's why I was asking. But I'm sure it's in there. And then my next question is, for instance, on page 536, this is an example of where there's a deposit and then a minimum fee. if the costs exceed the deposit, are we billing the applicant? Or is the deposit also the ceiling?
And impose an hourly rate, which is provided for in the fee schedule beyond that. So, and that is one of the reasons why in some areas you want to try to streamline and minimize the overuse of deposits. But in this particular case, this is a very common area to use a deposit-based fee so that you don't end up in a situation like that where you're under recovering.
Do we need to add something that says plus time and materials? Just so that somebody will know that, you know, for instance, if staff is getting, you know, say 10 phone calls a day from an applicant, that they will know that, you know, eventually they're going to get billed for that time. If it's for one of these kinds of applications is what I'm referring to.
I guess from my standpoint, I will say that the hourly rates are listed in item number 58 in the planning fee schedule, but I guess I'll defer to staff.
Ms. Wallen would like to add something. Ms. Wallen, please go ahead.
Thank you so much. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. So there is there's a note on the fee schedule regarding deposit-based submittals, and that the applicant would be required to enter into a reimbursement agreement, and the full cost of the work would be billed to the applicant.
Perfect. I just want to make sure that there's not a surprise at the end. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councilmember.
539, Councilmember Tom, sorry about that.
Thank you. Councilmember Tave, please go ahead.
Yeah, just to kind of go off of the time and materials, is it, I guess, negotiable for a developer or somebody who's doing work to get billed time and materials instead of the fee structure, or is that deposit allow for that up to, I guess it's just kind of the same question Councilmember Thomas mentioned, but I'm just wondering for projects that are larger that may fluctuate, may need extra staff or whatever, it's like, how does that get accounted for? Or is it just lumped into this fee?
I will say where fees are restructured to remove deposits, it's because the variability of that happening is actually very low, or it doesn't happen. So setting basically an average unit cost as your fee is acceptable. Where there is concern for high variability, staff has recommended that those deposits remain. So I think when you see them, those are the projects that are most at risk for that variation.
And then the other question I had is, I'm looking at it and I'm thinking to myself, back when I was doing engineering for development, I'm looking at the prospectus of a project with a factor of 2. I mean, it just seems extremely excessive for fees. And I know we've been talking about this for, I want to say a couple of years. Is that, why would a city have almost a factor? Like I'm looking at the $1 million projects, the 500,000 projects. Pretty much this is like 2 times what would be out there, and it's almost like 171%. I'm starting to wonder why a city would have that structure there to actually, I don't know, make money on. I mean, I'm trying to figure out why would a city do that?
So Councilmember Tave, I'm not speaking to the exact history of what happened at Pinole, but I'll speak to the industry. And I can absolutely say the industry does not intend to make money off of these fees. They are intended to be cost-based fees. What has happened in past fee structures in other California communities is this adoption of simplified fee structures and maybe taking from a neighbor. I'm not saying this is what happened at Pinole. I'm saying that this is commonly what has happened in building fees. And we are, I guess I would say, where there has been this greater attention to detail on what the agency's cost is, which is why I tried to emphasize quickly through that presentation that we don't set fees based on comparisons. We don't adopt necessarily, somebody else's fee schedule, but it has been common in the past for that to happen.
I see.
But in the nature of your development here, we cannot find a linkage. So now in drawing a line in the sand here, let's correct it and make that fee structure fit your practices and your costs.
Right, it just seems like the fees were geared more towards the $25,000 projects, encouraging our citizens to have those. But it seems like these other ones are extremely high. But I want to thank you for this effort because I think it's coming into alignment with what our staff is working on, and as well as what's coming back to the city. So I think that this council should applaud itself for really taking this on and starting to get back into alignment and also with city staff, chasing this down and working on it. So I just want to say thank you to everybody for presenting this.
Thank you, Councilmember Tave. Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
Yes, good evening. Thank you again for your presentation and also for a little bit of clarity around how we're modernizing some of these fees. It's very informative. I want to touch on something that I saw in the staff report with regards to the development impact fees. It says that there's going to be a nexus study, but there also seems to be a recommendation to still increase those fees by 15%. Can you all elaborate about that? And can you also talk a little bit about the timeline for that nexus study?
Yes, so I can speak to that as that was staff's recommendation, so it wasn't a part of the study. So a nexus study will need to be done for the development impact fees, and what that means is that it looks at the cost of services versus the impact of So we are planning to put together an RFP and release that in the month of July to engage a consultant to help with that nexus study for those fees. Now, for the recommendations that are included in the staff report, this is based on the Pinole Municipal Code. It says that the fees should be adjusted annually based on the change in the an inflationary index that is used there. And it's the engineering news recorder. So that is the reference that we used. And we looked at, as per municipal code, we look at the last 12 months between this past March and between April of 2022 versus, or 2021 versus March of 2022. So we look at the 12 months between that time period and look at the change in that cost index, and it equated to about 15%. And we applied 15% to the current development fees. And that is what staff is recommending in the staff report and for the updated fee schedule.
Got it. Thank you.
You're
And a second question is under that on page 521 of the agenda, it mentions PCTV fees, which I know in the next couple of months we'll be implementing, or at least we'll be moving forward with a master plan with regards to PCTV. But it says that the fees have not been included in the master fee schedule for several years, mostly due to limited staffing and low service demands. Perhaps this may just be confusing to me, but given the presentation today, we talked about the cost of service. It says that the fees were not included mostly due to limited staffing and low service, but even wouldn't limited staffing and low service be a service? I'm a little confused.
Yes. So this is mainly the services for private groups and individuals. It doesn't include the external services that are provided to other jurisdictions, for example, the ones that have the individual contracts for various broadcast services. This is if someone wants or requests for PCTV staff to film a special event, party or wedding, or to actually rent pieces of equipment, such as a projector and such. The demands for those have been pretty low. And again, we just haven't had the staff, as far as I understand, it precedes my time here, but we haven't had the staff to provide a lot of those services. So at one point, as I understand, those items were included in the master fee schedule, and several years ago, they were removed. So our goal is to look at those separately alongside the PCTV master plan and to add those services to the fee.
Got it. And just quickly, just to go back to the development impact fee, I was wondering, I know we're seeking an RFP and going through that process. Is there a timeline that we have projected around when that study will be completed?
Determine that, but we will have it outlined in the RFP.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. You're welcome.
I don't
Mayor
know,
Pro Tem.
Ms. Han, if you could speak to how long development fee studies usually take?
Sometimes we're in projects where impact fee consultant is actually part of our team as well in providing those. They do take a little longer. I would say 100 data accessibility that they have, what condition that your planning information is in, how much they have to do to help you develop that. But I would say 150 is the minimum, 150 days before it can come to the council.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Martinez Ruben, please go ahead.
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation. So I'd like to understand a little bit better when there's been reference to the proposed fees reflecting costs. The costs that were to determine the proposed fees, are those from looking at the time period of last year as well, the April through March of this year? That's one question. And related to that.
I'm sorry, let her ask the first question, the time frame, please. Can you confirm the time frame, please?
Thank you.
Sure. We try to propose fees that are based on the most currently available costs that you have. So whether that is a prospective budget or the most recently available actual, we do want to actually link it to something that the city has in hand because that you make policy when you establish organization and costs. So it is the most recently available. So in this case, I believe it's off of prospective budget in most cases.
Okay, so next year's fees might be a little different. Okay, got it. Because I'm thinking of years prior when there might have been greater use of consultants and therefore costs might have been greater than this most recent period, which was used to determine the proposed fees. And if that was the case, well, we will not have recovered entirely because we don't use those cost figures as a basis. But it could be that in this next fiscal year, if consultants are used, then we will have an increase in proposed fees for 23-24. Is that correct? Would that be correct?
So yes, I mean, our recommendation would be that you keep these fees in line with regional CPI between comprehensive studies. And that is a reasonable and generally accepted approach to moving forward. Now, when you start to have significant change in how services are provided, when you're switching back and forth between contract service providers and internal staff, or practices change how you deliver the services, that typically is a trigger point for when you want to do, maybe it's not a comprehensive fee study, but you go into that department then and just study that on, at a more detailed level. So we really would look to the city to identify that. And again, your department leadership is very engaged in this, and I think would be trusted to know when things are starting to deviate from where the practice is. But I think generally, if you're not seeing that massive change, you probably are not going to see a comprehensive cost of service analysis for, another anywhere from 3 to 5 years, probably. And we would recommend that you keep pace with inflation moving forward between those studies.
Thank you for that, because you just reconfirmed then that why we're here reviewing this is because we have had some organizational changes as well as going from having more on staff services provided by staff that are city rather than consultants. Some examples I can think of, and city manager may correct me here, please. Planning fees, building permitting, plan review, fire prevention consultants that we have used in the past. And I think if I have been awake during our council meetings all along, that we are decreasing use of those kinds of consultants and using staff for services related to those areas.
That is true. I mean, I wouldn't say that there's a consistent relationship between providing services in-house versus using consultants and the total cost of those services. So it is true that we have increased some staff in certain areas, the ones you note in particular, so that they can take on services that consultants have provided in the past and provide more consistent and continuous city services by doing so. And as Jeanette mentioned, that's, if you're changing your service level or your service model significantly, that might trigger a focused fee study for that service area. Otherwise, kind of mimicking increases in general price levels, which the municipal code allows, between comprehensive studies, which as a best practice, you might do every 5 years, say.
Thank you both.
Excellent, thank you. So if I don't see any other questions and comments, I would like to invite a member of council to please make a motion to approve the fees.
Mayor, I'll move to approve resolution of the City Council of the City of Pinole, updating and establishing user and regulatory fees.
Excellent.
The updated fees being effective September 1st, 2022.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Any second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Councilmember Tave. Madam City Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Yes.
Councilmember Toms.
Yes.
Councilmember Tate.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
Yes.
Mayor Salimi.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you for that excellent study. I really appreciate it. And thank you for all your efforts and your help as well on everything you have done. And we look forward to approving those and moving forward with the more competitive and fair building fees on projects. Thank you again for your time, ma'am. Thank you so much for being with us. Excellent presentation and excellent report and fee study. Thank you. This concludes item number 10C. I know that we have another consultant tonight with us. And Councilmember Tave, you would go ahead?
Do we have public comment on?
That just started.
Okay, thank you.
I am sorry, what's going on here?
He asked if we had public comment for that last public hearing item, and we did. We did hear it.
Yes, we did. I studied with public comment. Thank you.
Thank you.
I thought I missed something again, no problem. I will close item number 10 because we do have another consultant tonight and I don't want the consultant to wait until 1:30 a.m. So I will just close item number 10. I will come back to public hearing in a second. I will then please move on to item number 12A, which is new business and overview of public banking and provide possible direction to city staff. Ms. Wallen, good evening. Can you please present that item to us? And I do believe we have a consultant with us, and I will also, if possible, limit the time to 10 to 15 minutes if it's possible, please, for the presentation, please. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor, council members, and members of the public. Good evening. The council has requested a future council item to learn more about public banking, including benefits that it might provide for local economic development and as a potential source of new city revenue. Global Investment Company, or GIC, which is based in Oakland, has been contracted by the city to provide an overview of public banking to the council, staff, and the community. GIC has expertise in public banking and was commissioned in 2018 to prepare a multi-jurisdictional public banking feasibility study for the cities of Oakland, Richmond, Berkeley, and Alameda County. GIC is led by Kathy Jackson-Gent. Ms. Jackson-Gent is a registered investment advisor, a financial consultant, a portfolio manager for environmental, social justice, and governance composites, and also she is an author. The orientation tonight provided by GIC to the City Council will include benefits and challenges of public banking. And with that, I'd like to introduce Ms. Kathy Jackson-Gent to the Council and invite her to begin her presentation.
Thank you very much, Lily. Can everyone hear me okay?
Loud and clear.
Wonderful. That's a very first thumb up. I love it. So thank you. I want to first thank you for allowing me to be here today. I want to say hello to the mayor, council members, and staff, as well as the community who's listening today. I am really going to try to get through this fairly quickly. I've got a lot here. So keep in mind that, well, I'll move as fast as I can through it. So what I'm going to do is share with you some basics about public banking, call it Public Banking 101. And I'll tell you a little bit about who we are, some very good details about public banking. We'll talk a little bit about how it relates to the city of Pinole, and maybe some next steps as well. We'll talk about some legislation and so forth. So I'd like to start by letting you know who we are. I'm Kathy Jackson-Gent, CEO of Global Investment Company. You know, we started almost 40 years ago in Oakland. We're still located in Oakland. We started with life and health insurance and then moved into financial planning to work with individuals and executives. And in 1992, what was interesting is as we started working with clients, we realized that we needed to do more. So became a registered investment advisor, a hybrid, which included securities trading as well. And pretty much was licensed almost a little over 25 years in doing that. Now today, as a registered investment advisor, an accredited investment fiduciary analyst, and business consultant, we continue to positively impact communities and individuals, primarily because our niche is social responsibility. And we look at ESG, or environmental, social justice, and government strategies, and working with our clients. And this does include public banking services, which we started in 2017. It's important to know that we're also experienced in investment management and also as fiduciary consultants as part of CalPERS, a vendor database. Now, regardless of what I go through today, I thought it was important that you at least know of a good resource to connect with in the future. And publicbankinginstitute.org is an organization that has a wealth of knowledge and information on public banking. As a matter of fact, I'm about to share with you a video that they've created. But before we do that, I know it's important to understand what a public bank is. What's the definition? So you see it here. A public bank is defined as a corporation, a mutual benefit corporation, and you could also have it established as a mutual benefit corporation that's engaged in commercial and business banking as well as industrial banking. And it's owned by the local agency or a joint powers agency. And we'll get into that a little bit more. Again, I'm going to try to flip through this as quickly as possible. I know you'll have some questions. This video is a little over a minute long, and I'd like you to at least get a visual of what I'm about to show you.
The USA, the residents of the city have decided they want a park. The city council agrees the park is a great idea, but how will they pay for it? The city needs to borrow money. But borrowing money means the city has to pay a lot more money in interest and fees that could double the cost of the park. And that money leaves the city. It goes to Wall Street investors who really don't care about the park or the city at all. This is a bad deal for the city and its residents. Here's a much better option, an option that's been proven around the world, a public bank. A public bank is a bank owned by the residents of a city, state, region, territory. Private Wall Street banks just want to make profits for their shareholders. But public banks have a mission to serve the public good. They have to reflect the values and needs of the community. And that makes all the difference. Politicians don't run a public bank. Their job is to just set it up by listening to what the people need and want. Banks are run by skilled local bankers who know their neighbors. Residents are on the supervising board to keep tabs on what the bank's doing. Public banks can save communities lots of money. First, they cut out expensive Wall Street fees, which can be hundreds of millions of dollars a year in a big city. Second, they can lower interest rates on the city's loans, which means there's more money to spend on other projects. Third, their profits go back to the city, not to Wall Street, so a public bank can make money for the city. All this means the people of the city have a lot more money to fund all the things they need, such as bridges, good roads, good schools, renewable energy, affordable housing, lower taxes, and the park that people wanted. They now control their own money and they can build their own future. Join the movement. Find out more, go to publicbankinginstitute.org.
I hope that helps a little bit in giving you a visual. Now, what we need to do next is we need to discuss a little bit about some common goals related to a public bank. I'm only going to mention a few of them. There are a number of them, and they're all based on what you want to do. Without going and reading each one of these, you can do that on your own because we are short of time.
Please take your time, ma'am. It's an excellent presentation. I think for the matter of everybody, it's important for you to explain it.
Thank you
Please
very
take your
much. I
time.
appreciate that very much. One of the first common goals is really cutting infrastructure costs. And when it comes to rebuilding infrastructure, affordable housing, lowering interest rates, public banks can be a way to do that. And it provides you for greater planning and greater flexibility as well when it comes to investment needs and community needs. The other is spurring economic growth. And this is also important to stabilize the economy. And also when there's time for investment, even if the market's not doing that great, you've got a bank that might be able to supplement what's needed, as well as making loans. And also in unfortunate circumstances. We'll talk about that a little bit when I get to the Bank of North Dakota and some of the things that they've done to spur their economic growth. The other, which I know the council's interested in, has to do with saving money and generating revenue. And because the public bank can operate at very low overhead, no advertising, no ATMs, no huge salaries or bonuses, pretty much what you're doing is you're working with existing banks like community banks, and they serve as your front office. So the profits that you'd make off the loans can pretty much be returned to the general fund. Here's a couple of other sample goals from an entity perspective. You could look at the institution specifically for the purpose of keeping your assets and your investment choices under control. Also supporting local businesses and needs for municipalities related to financial services that are well priced, which means they're priced within your sphere. And also another goal is to have the institution that frees local residents, excuse that, that's my typo there, local residents and municipalities of using mainstream service providers as their primary source. Doesn't mean they would stop using them, but as a primary source to create better services for the residents and for the municipalities. Now, a lot has gone on in public banking. And by the way, public banking is not new in the sense of it not being used for centuries in the past. But what we're going to start with is 1919, which is the first public bank here in the United States, the Bank of North Dakota. That's when it was founded. There's been a lot that's happened with the Bank of North Dakota since it was founded. And what we did here was just include a few of them, like they were the first bank to make student loans, and they've helped businesses with their worker-owned cooperative businesses. That's very important. And between that time and the time we had that great recession, when we had the mortgages and all of that happened and hit the community, a lot of the banks had some problems. The Bank of North Dakota flourished during that time. But also during that time, you know, in the Bay Area, San Francisco was very interested in how a public bank could assist the city and the county. And so John Avalos was one of the first to look at exploring the public bank. Now, if you take the next 9 years after that, and you know we had a lot going on during that recession, there were a number of cities here locally and in the south part of the state, southern part of the state that explored the creation of a public bank. That included LA and Long Beach and of course Berkeley and Alameda County and Oakland and the city of Richmond, which commissioned the study that we actually started in 2018. And what's interesting is since that study, in 2019, there were 15 bills that were already actively pursued across the country. I'll show you a map in a little bit of where we are since that time. And then the state of California passed an incredible bill, 857, that created the California Banking Act. And the governor signed that into law in 2019. And you had a number of supporters to get this to happen. That included, as I mentioned, City of Long Beach. But at the time, right after the study, you had the California Public Banking Alliance created. And they are amazing because they were able to pull together a number of jurisdictions to help write and pass AB 857. And now what you've got going on here, in June of last year, the San Francisco Board of Supervisors, they unanimously supported the creation of the nation's first bank. Now, when you look at where we are now, in the beginning of this year, you had some additional legislation that is under review right now related to universal checking and banking for Californians. There's some additional information we have on that. And then the City of Richmond, they are definitely one of the founding members of the Public Bank of the East Bay. And they've recognized that by approving an motion. So you have a number of organizations, including LA, who just hired an advisor last month to join their working group to formulate their plan. So things are really moving forward. These are some of the efforts that we have been involved in as well. I mentioned the California Public Banking Alliance, and they were really established to help to coordinate these efforts to advance socially and environmentally the responsibility of these cities and so forth. Let me go back to that slide. I may have mentioned that there were a number of banks that have already decided to create banks, and there are 10 of them now. I'm just listing them here in bold so that you can see, because we'll talk about that a little later when it comes to legislation. These include Central Coast, the Bank of the East Bay, Humboldt County, Los Angeles, Long Beach, San Diego, North Coast, San Francisco, and the Silicon Valley. When we were commissioned to do the study, we did go down to meet with LA Council, get an idea of what they were doing with public banking, and pretty much try to coordinate with them and what we were doing here in the North Bay, the northern part of California. This is an interesting map. This map is the activities of what's been going on in public banking throughout cities and states that have introduced new legislation. What you're going to see in 2020 is that across the nation, more than 25 initiatives for public banks are actively being pursued by progressives and by conservatives, and over 50 organizations are promoting public banks. Now let's talk about legislation that created public banking and where we are on that. The California State Legislature approved AB 1177, and this is the California Public Banking Option Act. And to tell you a little bit about that, it's the first bill in the nation guaranteeing universal banking access, which creates a new retail banking option provided by the state that would offer every Californian a Cal account. That's assuming it's feasible, and it's important to know that a feasibility study would have to be done by the jurisdiction to determine whether or not it's feasible to do this for their jurisdiction. But it does allow, in the event it moves forward, debit cards, zero penalties, zero fees, direct deposits, as well as automatic bill pay and recurring payments, and infrastructure to support the building of credit tools for financial literacy, which we all know is very important. A few other bills that are really important here. The governor did approve AB 857. This is the California Public Banking Bill, which was approved October of 2019. It had basically established public banks in California. But it's also important to know that there is a purpose in doing this. AB 857 Section 1 pretty much outlines that the purpose is achieving cost savings, strengthening local economies, supporting community economic development, and addressing infrastructure and housing needs for localities. That's the primary purpose. Now, what's pending now, it's not actual law, but it's been put out there, HR 8721, it's been introduced and referred, and this would establish public banks nationally. It would allow public banks to become members of the Federal Reserve, establish the loan facilities for public banks, prohibit investment in fossil fuels, allows for the establishment of securities issued by public banks, and provides for the establishment of public banks at U.S. post offices. And lastly, to provide grants for the formation and chartering and capitalization of public banks, which is something that we're still dealing with now. Now, as a result of the legislation, there has to be oversight. And the California Department of Business Oversight, now the Department of Financial Protection and Innovation, the DFPI, it manages the public banking process in California. And according to Assembly Bill 857, it's really important that these specific requirements are met. And there are two right off the top that have to be met. You have to have a certificate of authorization to transact business as a bank in California from the department, and obtain insurance. That's required. Some of the other oversight, public bank may not engage in banking activities. They may engage in banking activities, including infrastructure lending, wholesale lending, participation lending, and certain retail activities. This second point is very important. A public bank may not compete with local financial institutions or engage in certain retail activities without partnering with the local financial institution. So the department is prohibited by law as well from licensing more than 2 public banks per calendar year and more than 10 public banks in total. So what's required to start a public bank? You've got to obtain a bank license, which is basically a certificate of authorization. There are about 15 forms that you've got to complete to do that. Your legal counsel would be very busy in making sure this is done, and they have to be an integral part of the development of the infrastructure of the bank. You obtain and maintain your insurance from FDIC. You also will need to make changes to your articles of incorporation and make conforming changes related to that document. The other thing you'll need to do is conduct and approve a viability study, or pretty much a feasibility of the bank. And lastly, you want to approve it. A local agency that is not a charter city must obtain voter approval of a motion to submit an application to the commission. And that cannot be submitted until 180 days after that vote. Couple of other prohibited items here. We kind of mentioned already. This is really, competition related. Prohibits the commissioner from issuing more than 2 banks every calendar year. Prohibits the commissioner from authorizing more than 10 banks. And it's very important and required that there's communication with the state regulator in order to get this done. And of course, the banks can have the choice of being chartered either as a state bank or as a federal bank or as both. Again, these are goals that you'd have to determine for yourselves. When it comes to retail banking, this is really important because sometimes people get confused on whether or not a public bank will be in California actively involved in retail banking. And this can be done with the partnership of other local financial institutions. The bank is not a holding company, mainly because they'll be owning it. And the retail activities that are outlined by the regulators that are available to public banks include accepting deposits, granting loans and extension of credit, lending, local agency banking, infrastructure lending, and participation lending. Retail activities that are not offered by local financial institutions in your jurisdiction, you could possibly offer those retail activities if someone else is not offering them. Again, that's something you'd have to work with the regulators on. Another piece of advice, I'm sorry, not advice, but information, is the agency in a county that has a population less than 250,000 may organize a public bank only if it does so as a part of a joint powers authority formed for those purposes. So I'm going to quickly go through the benefits. I'm almost done here. When it comes to a public bank, there are quite a few benefits, not just the local lending and reducing the interest rates on loans and being able to leverage your capital better for the purposes of affordable housing and developing neighborhoods and infrastructure and small business, education and job creation. But a lot of people may not even be aware that public finance can also benefit by keeping money invested locally. So I'm going to give you a list. I know it's very tiny. I don't expect you to read all of it, and maybe it's something you can do a little later. So I'll just point some of them out. For example, the benefit currently being used by the Bank of North Dakota. So these are some samples of what they're doing. They're offering cash lines. They do special projects with the general fund. They distribute dividends. They've actually distributed over 30 million in dividends for the state. Its value right now is about 10 billion. They have capital that they use for venture capital, disasters, student loans. They even supplemented PPP during the pandemic. So that's another way to utilize it. They leverage money to benefit the public. They cut infrastructure costs. They strengthen the local banks and the credit unions by backing their loans and letters of credit, which is very important. And so it creates a multi-generational source of capital that invests long-term to benefit residents and local businesses. Now, it would also benefit cannabis. I do know that the city of Pinole does not, that you currently prohibit cannabis in your city. In the event that you decide to move forward and looking at a public bank, the state and others are looking at public banking as a way to bank cannabis as well. That's something to consider for the future. Now, there are challenges. We've mentioned a few of them, but these are some that really are not thought about as much, like the limited reach. Okay, so let's say there is a bank and you're traveling. There's, that bank's not going to be there in, Chicago, the bank here in the Bay Area or in Europe, right? So as you're traveling outside of the regional bank, it'll be limited to you. Also, there's a challenge in just, making sure that the other community financial organizations that are here, that you're working with them and facilitating as a partner with similar goals to create enterprises and construction projects or even complete them, okay? Now, another one that I wanted to mention is about the political weigh-in, because not everyone's going to agree. While some agree that a public bank are better solutions than traditional banks, some don't agree with that. So there could be people who disagree with how a bank operates in their area. And again, it's very important to communicate. Almost done, a few other challenges, population size, again, requiring the build out of the legal framework. That just means it's gonna be a lot of staff hours. So you've got to have buy-in from the staff and the city council, funding the public bank and looking at ways to do that with finance department and budgeting, as well as maybe even coordinating some of this with the state and what they've done to this point as well. This challenge is a really interesting one. I had mentioned that there are 10 banks. So right now it's fully subscribed. So if you did want to have your own bank, you really need to partner with someone to do that. And so when we look at implementation, I had some ideas down here just for you to consider, which pretty much is about investing in economic development, creating jobs, finding new revenue sources, repaying debt, And also, not that you're all not already collaborating with jurisdictions and intermediaries, but you'd have a very specific reason to do so around public banking and maybe even looking at cannabis banking in the future. We've included a decision tree here for you. So this is something that you can look at as well, whether or not you want to have a public bank or not. If not, it's very clear you're going to keep doing what you're doing right now. On the other hand, if you do, you want to be able to focus on community needs and projects that are important to you, that lead to job growth, economic stability, and an increase in revenue. How that's done, that's something that has to be worked out with the city, with the other partners, as well as with the state. So I would say, even if you decide not to move forward with a city-owned bank, you still might want to consider utilizing some of the other public bank programs that some of these banks have already created, including the CAL account in the event that that's something that would work for you. So as I go towards the close, I would like to say that, you know, we, GIC, we do endeavor to be a consultant in a role in working with local municipalities around this. In 2017, the city of Oakland, of course, with some of the other ones, decided that this was a very important topic and they had needs that could possibly be met with a public bank. So they did commission a study for the reasons that we have here to determine whether or not a public bank is feasible and whether or not it can include cannabis, and to interview stakeholders because it was not something they wanted to do on their own. And the methodology that we used to conduct that multi-jurisdictional study was that we sought information from a variety of citizens and staff and officials and professionals, small businesses, which even included cannabis. And believe it or not, the majority of the folks that we queried, they were really interested in the support of a public bank. But we do know that this comes with conditions. So the next steps, I would say to you, is this. We can assist you, Pinole, if you are interested in taking further steps. We could help by working with you and the staff in the planning and implementation of economic development strategies that you may already have started, even with your other consultants. We can facilitate and assist in outreach with the state. To the state, you know, they were really integral part of what we were doing in our study. So we're very much aware of what they're doing, and there's money. There's about $4 million available through the state to do an analysis. So maybe that's something you'd want to consider, as well as facilitation and the assistance of those interested parties, those intermediaries and other jurisdictions that you could possibly work with. And there's some projects maybe that you think could possibly be funded that you might want to consider. So I'm going to wrap it up from here. And I'd like to ask you, what questions and comments do you have at this time?
Thank you very much. Excellent presentation. And I really appreciate the video and the detail that you provided us. That's excellent, Ms. Jackson-Kent. First of all, before I start the conversation with the public in the city council meeting, just to clarify, Mr. City Manager, if the city council were to move forward today, what specific directions and steps are you asking the city council to move forward with? Just like we know exactly what, if we were to move forward, what are the steps that would have to decide tonight? Because I do see on slide number 32, 4 directions. Are those 4 directions that the city council would have to provide tonight if we were to move forward with it?
You said 32, right?
Yes.
There we go.
Please go ahead, City Manager Murray.
Yeah, I was just going to mention, I really think that the city staff needs to, if council wants to continue to consider this option, I think the direction to city staff would be for city staff to return to the city council with kind of an outline of potential next steps. We really need to do an assessment of the time and the timeline, the time that would be required by staff, the costs for some of the immediate next steps, and a reasonable timeline. So if the city council wanted to provide direction to staff, it would be to return to the city council with a proposed action plan for those next steps. We need to really kind of suss out the details and have council provide direction on those.
Okay, excellent. So basically tonight was a big presentation and I personally have 3 hours of questions, Miss, but I don't have the time to ask them all to you tonight. The direction, Mr. City Manager, you will basically be asking the city council if they are willing to have the city to return to the council with the action plan on the next step. That's what you're asking. I will
Yes,
then, yes, I will then
Yeah.
turn it back to the city council for questions and comments and we can either spend 5 hours on it tonight or we can keep it short and have more information as we move forward in the future as the city council and the city staff will come with more answer to us. So I will ask you to please limit it to 2 questions if possible and comments. Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Yes, the big question is about capitalizing these public banks. The examples you've given are for jurisdictions that are anywhere from, that have populations way bigger than the city of Pinole. And
Right.
for starters, we would have to have a GPA. But tell us, even with those largely populated cities, let's take our neighbor Berkeley with 123,000 plus. Who capitalizes their bank? Is one question.
Okay, let her answer that question one at a time, please. Please go ahead, Ms.
Okay. All right, so the question had to do with capitalization and capitalizing a bank. And capitalizing a bank for the city of Pinole. Well, you are a smaller jurisdiction, there's no doubt about that. And so 30 million would be somewhat small to have your own bank, and therefore it probably.
I'm sorry,
would be
how
a
much
good
you said?
idea. I said about 30 million in terms of your city, in terms of what you have available coming through your organization on an annual basis. Let me give you an idea of what it's taking to give you an idea of the California state chartered banks, to give you a range of what asset size looks like and net and also reserves that would be needed. Okay, so the asset size for less than 100 million, we're looking at total assets of about 256 million versus a bank that has $2 billion or more, which is on the high side. We're talking a really big bank. They have about $840 million in assets. Now, what I will tell you is those banks that are less than 100 million are really have a less, they're losing money in terms of net income. And the reserves for the ones that are less than 100 million, all the way up to more than 2 billion, average $300 million to $350 million in reserves. So for city of Pinole to participate, it would make sense if you were to participate in one of the existing of 10 banks, either the Public Bank of the East Bay or one of the others that would be local to you. I hope that helps. Now, I will say this, there are other ways to capitalize the bank to consider. I know when we even did our study, you have the LAIF, which is monies that are available through the state investment fund. They are, some of those funds are available to, a little more risk associated with those funds for helping municipalities out. There are some grant monies that may be available. And as you see, the state is also trying to come up with financing so that municipalities, regardless of size, might be able to capitalize on their own. But it's definitely something to think about.
Mr. Jackson, again, thank you. I'm sorry, Councilmember Martinez, I just want to clarify and make sure. If the city of Pinole were to move forward, we need to first do a GPA. But then how much money exactly capital the city needs? Because I heard different the smallest type of capital we need at least $30 million, correct?
No, I was using $30 million as an example of a small jurisdiction. In terms of what you would actually need to get started, that's part of what the viability study or a feasibility study is about. As a matter of fact, the regulators give very specific direction on what they want to see in an analysis, which includes a pro forma, a financial analysis. It includes getting feedback from citizens. And so there's a lot to it before we can just come up with a number.
Oh, okay. I just wanted, I guess Councilmember Martinez also wanted to have a rough order of magnitude for the city of our size.
No, actually, I wanted to have an idea of sources of capitalization.
Yes. Right. So the sources that I mentioned there are limited. There's no doubt. As I mentioned, you've got some between the LAIF, like the LAIF, some grants. And at the end of the day, it's also private funders, going out and raising money. There's not a lot there.
Thank you. Another
You're
question is, the state oversees some of the banks that exist. Who
Yes.
oversees them locally? My understanding is that there is a board that has to be constituted for a public bank, and to try to get away from the possible politicization of that, the composition of that. How does that happen?
Yes, it is. As a matter of fact, there is a suggestion to maybe create an ad hoc committee within your city infrastructure that would be dedicated in this effort. It's something similar. I'll just mention with the County of Alameda, I do something else with them on their retirement plan. But part of what we did there is created an ad hoc committee that would get us through a certain project through a certain time. To make sure things get done. And that also means selecting people from the community, people who understand banking, who understand community development. It also includes, obviously, folks who are participating in city council, maybe even board supervisor type folks. And then it does include legal counsel. So you would want, in my opinion, it makes sense to put together an ad hoc committee or what we would call a working group. With the study we did in Oakland, we did have a working group, which included the treasurers of all of the cities, if not their treasurer, finance director, or maybe both, as well as other stakeholders that they wanted to have a part of that. So again, the working group or an ad hoc committee makes sense, and it really is kind of up to you on how you'd like to have that structured. But it would be a great thing to do, especially if you were looking at communicating with the regulators, because they would really think that's a great idea based on my experience with them.
Thank you. With those kinds of groups, though, to the extent that there is adequate representation from all the quote stakeholders, and I've got air quotes around that term, because I don't believe that there's the same understanding of what's at stake when someone is involved in a major project like this. How does one prevent how does one neutralize, perhaps that's a way of thinking about it. How does one make neutral the representation so that there is community benefit that's eventually going to be financed?
I think that's an excellent question. And it's really about feedback from the community. It may mean taking some time to do some focus groups, one or two, or have a meeting. What we ended up doing on the multi-jurisdictional study is we gathered treasurers from all over, and that was really important. We had state treasurer come down, we had county treasurers, city treasurers, all in one room. And so part of it is, what do you want? What do you need? What would make that better? We also had 3 other focus groups as well. Some were citizens, some were cannabis, and some were small business. And we also had the finance and banking industry. And so when we did those focus groups, they really did give us some feedback on who should participate in those committees. And I believe that would help neutralize to some degree, because you're being transparent, you're asking for feedback, you're doing proactive outreach, and people really do appreciate that.
Thank you. Those were my questions.
Thank you, Councilmember Martinez. Great questions. Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
Yes, thank you so much, Ms. Jackson, for your presentation.
Yes.
I am always learning more and more, and it's great to have this conversation, which is now becoming, I see, a national conversation back
Yes.
to our home here in Pinole. So thank you for that.
Yes.
A couple questions I just have in regard to the presentation. I'm hearing two things, and I just want clarity. So, in order for a city of our jurisdiction to have a public bank, we need two forms of government oversight. One is a joint powers authority, and another is a supervisory board. Is that correct?
The Joint Powers Authority, what was the second one?
Your video that you showed said
Yeah.
that there would be a supervisor board or supervisory board.
Yeah. Let's just say that according to the department information, it's not necessarily quote required that you have a separate ad hoc committee. It makes sense to have a working group that could really help move things along. So I suggest that you do that. And yeah, that would definitely be something I suggest. And of course, the first that you mentioned is required. Yes.
Okay, so the Joint Powers Authority is required, and yes.
I was going to say, right now, I know you guys are looking at becoming a charter city. I think I heard that in your meeting.
I'm sorry, this is Stephanie Downs. I'm one of the city attorneys for the city of
Yes.
Pinole. And a joint powers authority is not required to in order for the city of Pinole to its own.
And why is that?
I'm sorry,
This is the mayor. Why is that? It's not required?
it's not required. The requirement is if the city is in a county that has less than 250,000 members, a population of less than 200,000 people, then they would be required to be part of a joint powers authority, but they're not. The county of Contra Costa has more than 200.
That's more than 250.
It's
Yes,
1.2
that's
million
correct.
people. Okay, thank you.
1.2 million. So that is,
Thank you for that clarification. I do actually have that on my slide. Thank you so much, Attorney.
so thank you, Ms. Downs, so much for your clarity. So I want to make sure, because we've mentioned this conversation, two council members brought this up, so I'm glad we're getting clarity on this. What is required in order for a city of our stature to have a public bank?
Are you asking this of me of city council?
I'm happy to ask you, Ms. Jackson or Ms. Downs, just for clarity. I want to make sure we're very clear about what actually is required in terms of oversight.
I'm sorry, so the question is with respect to a charter or a non-charter? I'm sorry.
No worries. I'll clarify. So it's been said tonight in two different comments and question periods that there is a requirement of a JPA, which is a joint powers authority, and or a supervisory board, which was referenced in Ms. Jackson's video. So I would like clarity, if this council were to move forward with a public bank, what type of oversight is required at minimum in order for us to charter a public bank?
There are a number of requirements that you need to go through. The fiscal analysis of the start. And I think I sent a memo to you that talks about financial projections, legal analysis, as to whether the public bank will comply. California Constitution, which is still an issue, and analysis as to whether to protect the bank from unlawful and conflict of interest. Bank itself, I mean, this your question is.
Sure. And from that point, what I hear is that essentially it's up to the city council. What I'm hearing is that it would be up to the city council to determine how that bank is governed. It can be governed by what Ms. Jackson has referenced as a working group, an ad hoc committee, perhaps a commission, but there's no.
Well, it has to be formed as a non-profit public benefit corporation.
Okay.
Or a nonprofit mutual benefit corporation. Those are the two ways that you can form a public bank. And so then what would happen is that either the bank either the city or the city in concert with other public agencies or as a JPA or with other agencies as a JPA and the city as a separate agency would be the shareholders in that bank, which as a public entity, as a nonprofit public entity would be
And just want to crosswalk some of the information a little bit. So I think the ad hoc committee that Kathy was referencing is an ad hoc committee that would be exploring the formation of the public bank. That's different from essentially the board of directors that would oversee the bank when it's up and running. So we're talking about two different groups that are involved in different stages. One is in the formation, the other is in the oversight once it's operational.
Okay.
And I think Kathy mentioned that it might be infeasible for a city the size of Pinole to have its own bank, but it might be viable for Pinole to have one as part of a collaboration, joint powers agency or authority with other jurisdictions. That's different from it being required to have a JPA to form a bank. So although it might be legally permissible, it is legally permissible for it to form its own. It might be financially infeasible to do it without partnering with other jurisdictions through a JPA.
And that makes sense. I definitely did not want to complicate it. I just wanted the clarity about what is legally required. So thank you for that. And Ms. Jackson, I wanted to say, again, thank you for these slides. I think it's really helpful to know our next steps. I do know that we'll probably have to give staff more direction, but just seeing kind of the setup and compliance and how you've laid it out is helpful for me to see what truly is feasible for a city of our stature, and perhaps what kind of partners that we can bring in if we're thinking about scaling this up. Of course, our next door neighbors, but it sounds like it could actually be whomever we decide to move forward, or the voters at that point decide to move forward,
Right.
Which is really great. So my only other question in regards to this is, are you prepared to perhaps send us more information about some of the smaller cities? I too saw that I noticed in this conversation around public banking that it's some of our largest cities in California, San Francisco, San Jose, Los Angeles. I think it would be, prudent for us to kind of see how some of our smaller cities are benefiting from public banks, even those who may perhaps work with others. So if there are any, JPs out there, and when I say small cities, populations of 50,000 or more, feel free to expand on that if you want to, but that's just my mindset here. Are you able to send us that information as a follow-up, or is that something we can gather from the Public Banking Institute you sent out?
Well, there's definitely information that we can share with you, so that would not be a problem. I would definitely want to speak with staff about that, just to make sure that, we're in line with what they're trying to do based on the information they've got to come back to you with. And I'd be more than happy to share that information with them as well when they come back to you.
All right, thank you so much. And again, thank you for this wonderful presentation and for all the work you're doing across California on this type of initiative.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Thompson, then Councilmember Tate, please. Councilmember Thompson, please go ahead.
Sure. Thank you for the presentation. All of this is brand new. We didn't really have much of a staff report in advance, so it's hard to digest kind of all here. So, if we were to ask staff to for next steps, I would say that if there is grant funding available, to take a look and explore the feasibility of doing public banking, I would think that would be okay. I really wouldn't want to spend too much staff time and revenue exploring it, unless there's some grant funding to take a look at, because I have heard that, we're a smaller jurisdiction. We would really have to take a look at who we might want to partner with through a JPA. And then the question would be, could we, attach ourselves to an existing public bank, or do you have to grow and establish something new, at the outset? And if we were going to, partner with an established public bank, what would be the benefit for them to add us? Because we don't have a lot to bring to the table. And then
I'm sorry, one question at a time. Can you please start with your first and we'll let them answer and then you can move on to the next bit.
I'm kind of, thinking out loud. So I'm kind of giving some thoughts that I have as far as some of the questions that I have, that I think if we were to ask staff to bring something back, these are the questions that I have out there.
Okay.
So I'd want to know what would be the benefit to an existing public bank to add us. And I don't know if there's an answer that we can have now, or if that's something that would have to come back to us.
Yeah, no, I can probably answer that one a little bit. And then some of the other information I may have to speak with staff about. But in terms of what you might do next, since you've seen that you're a smaller jurisdiction, there are a number of ways to go. Obviously, it's taking a look at the existing banks that exist locally and maybe tapping into that. I would definitely start with the state. As I said, they've got $4 million available to help you analyze this. So they may be able to provide some tools and additional resources in doing that. In terms of establishing a new bank or not establishing a new bank, that should be a part of the analysis as well. I know we even looked at the idea of maybe purchasing an existing bank that's already there, and then going from there, meaning the regional banks doing that. So there are a number of ways to do it. And you might say, well, what would be the benefit? Well, that would be one benefit. If they did decide to either purchase an existing bank or even start a new bank, the more partners they have, like your city, the better. Because now you're really able to leverage each other's assets and help each other with loans and so forth. And not only that, you have some of like Los Angeles, some of the bigger cities, they have different tools and resources that you could probably utilize that you've not thought about. So just that connection and being able to work together makes a lot of sense. I think that would be a good thing. The Bank of North Dakota, for example, they really, they're very proactive when it comes to working with community banks and CDFIs, but also the smaller counties and cities that just need funding. They need help. And it's good to be able to say, in a farming community that doesn't have any money in their particular local bank, that they can go to a state bank that's made up of other banks to help a one particular jurisdiction. So the idea of being a conglomerate, collaborative effort, and I probably shouldn't use a conglomerate, that may not be a good word, but a collaborative effort with all of you, it's new, but it would work pretty well. When you look at the Bank of New York, the Bank of North Dakota, and what they do is they make sure that all of the jurisdictions and cities that they're working with are also working with their intermediaries. These are the other banks that they're working with to help get loans and and leverage. And so, it's nice to have clients, right? So the Bank of North Dakota has clients, and their clients includes the cities and the counties within North Dakota, as well as the communities and small businesses.
Ms.
Well, I
Downs, you have
can-
a question? You have a comment, please?
Yeah, I can see that.
I'm
there
sorry,
was-
Ms. Downs has her hand raised. I think she also want to answer.
Oh, Downs, okay.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Yes, I just wanted to comment that you were asking about other banks that have been formed, Maureen, and there have not been any other banks that have actually been formed in the state of California. So there are no other public banks other than the Bank of North Dakota at this point. So I just wanted to make clear that there may be applications, but there are no other banks at this point.
Outside of, thank you for that. I appreciate that. Outside of Bank of North Dakota and then the Samoa Islands, they've created a public bank. But that pretty much is it. So the activities that each of these small entities have, like with the Santa Rosa and some of the others, they're doing some programs related to it, but there are no banks yet.
Okay, my other question would be operationally, is this sort of a legal entity within the city, sort of how redevelopment agencies were, or is it a separate standalone entity? Help me understand that. And then at what point is the break point where you have, you're going to have administrative costs to run a bank, and what's the good number in which, we're not going in the hole because we're paying for administering a program, and the cost of administration is much higher than us seeing revenue from it?
That's a good question, which could be answered in an analysis to be able to put all the numbers together and figure that out. So I couldn't give you the answer to that particular question. And I'm sorry, what was the one right before that? And this might be where the attorney can help me here on this.
I'm just wondering what operationally, what is the setup? Is it like a city department?
No, it would be created as a separate nonprofit public benefit corporation. So it'd be very similar, Maureen, you know this, as what we did to create the 501c3 for PELC.
Okay.
And so it would be a completely separate corporation, and the city would be either the sole member, or they could have other cities that would be included. They decided to become also members, or the city could create it as a JPA with other cities.
Got it. Thank you. That's all I have for now.
Thank you, Councilmember Toms. Councilmember Tate, please go ahead.
Thank you. Ms. Jackson, again, thank you for the presentation. I just kind of want to frame my questions around, we're talking about an organization that it's been around for 103 years, right? With the Bank in North Dakota.
Yes.
And I just want to, speak to the public and the council, is that we're really talking about an agency that all financial institutions need to grow, right? And steady growth, slow growth usually breeds success down the line. We saw in 2008, there's obviously moral hazard. It sounds like public banking is really replacing profits with community benefit. And that's at least what I'm seeing, so that anybody operating this nonprofit knows that they're not shooting for as much profit as possible, that they're really just looking for how do we circulate dollars within the community and keep local dollars local. And I mean, that's kind of what I'm getting from this presentation and the concept of local banking. But ultimately, there is a management of risk, right? And there is the ability for an organization to scale up and down, and there's a potential for us to scale too far out and lose money. And there's also the chances that we can, not do the projects that we probably should have done, right? And stay too conservative in that environment, which I think that when we talk about JPAs and we talk about growing, I think we're jumping a lot of steps to success, right? Can you talk a little bit about banking? And I know this is banking in general, but there were a lot of stars on that map, right? And the more banks that are out there, the more competition there is out there, which somewhat drives how the banks operate. Is there a potential for us, and when I say banks, I mean, I guess obviously they have their applications in, they're starting this up. I guess my question is stability. Naturally, banks start to merge. Like that's part of, I guess, what we see in the profit world. Is that something that you would see happening for the municipal banks as well?
And let me just clarify what you're asking. You're saying because, and this is the map that I was referring to, because there's so much activity going on around the country related to public banking that there might be issues of competition.
Well,
is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, well, competition, there's investments that need to be made. There's, loans that need to go out. And just naturally what we saw in the private sector was that banks merge, right? And they continue to merge until you have Chase, Bank of America, and these larger banks, right? That come together and become institutions that we saw in 2008 failed, right? And what I'm asking is that as we walk through this process, it seemed like Bank of North Dakota stayed you mentioned that they were successful in that environment.
Yes. Yes.
Those keys to success, I think we have to learn from at this point. But I'm just asking the question, is that the natural, I guess, the nature of banks is to merge and to create JPAs and grow in that direction? And if that's the case, should we first start off small and then work our way into that merger or jump to the merger? Because I kind of heard both, or a little bit of both in the communication.
Yeah. I think I get where you're coming from. In other words, do we take baby steps or do we just jump right in? I'm hearing that. I would say that, that's really something that you've got to explore when you start to, I'd say at least initially with interviewing with the states, some of the ones that have really done a lot of work already, and what that looks like. Now, I believe that part of what the legislation is trying to do is reduce competition by having the public banks actually coordinate their efforts with community banks, CDFIs, and the private banks.
Mm-hmm.
So I know that in listening to the CEO of the Bank of North Dakota, he was very encouraging about public banks working collaboratively together with private banks, and there not being a problem. As a matter of fact, as long as the private banks are pretty much keeping the client and the customer, and the state bank or the public banks are helping each other out and leveraging from each other, it should be okay. I mean, if you were in a situation where you needed, $3 million, and the public bank of East Bay happened to have that available for you, even though let's say Richmond may need some money as well. The idea is working within that group where the capitalization is so great that they're able to help you. And it's not necessarily that you're competing for the dollars. So that's the other reason why having, whether it's a large county or a large city as a part of what you're doing, because you can leverage off of each other instead of competing against one another.
I see.
I think the only way to know how that's going to work is moving forward and getting more information from those that have already been doing it, and maybe asking within your own environment what people are looking for. And partly, again, that goes back to the analysis. And my thought is, if there is $4 million at the state of California to help you answer these questions that you have, I think the sooner you go out to try to get those dollars, the better. As you can see, just in our map here in California, we're kind of leading the way here along with the East Coast.
Mm-hmm.
So if these are the cities here, counties here that are looking for that 4 million, you've got to be in here somewhere. It's either going to be with the East Bay. I would imagine that Silicon Valley's too far and near San Francisco. So, I mean, you can be strategic about that. But that's a great question. You know, it's how do we reduce that? And I believe the legislation has tried to build in as much of that as possible to cushion the competitiveness of this.
Right.
I hope
Okay,
that
so
helps.
it does. Thank you. And I just want to reiterate, you know, my concerns are kind of shared with the rest of the council. The question of scale.
Yeah.
How it's regulated, policy development around this. And the other thing I had was, you know, just how we manage, how does risk managed throughout this, right? And what does that mean to the city? The other question I had was, LAFCO, is there LAFCO involvement in formation of these JPAs? And since there's not a lot of regulation around this, I mean, there's these sample sets that we have, case studies we have. How does LAFCO even analyze something like this? Has that already happened? Do we have case studies around that? Or is this JPA just formed that way?
Yeah, this would all be new stuff that we're exploring. I mean, even getting to this point, a councilman, this this has all really been developed over the last 3 years. And even the whole JPA idea really was a result of the analysis and studies that have been done to say this is really a good way to go. So we just need to do more homework. And quite frankly, what you mentioned, risk management, scale, policy, those are all requirements by the regulator that you have to have in place before you can even establish a bank, or at least not in place, but at least have analyzed it.
Okay, great.
And I don't know if city council has any, not city council, but a legal counsel has any comment on that as well, any feedback.
Well, Mr. Mayor, those are my questions. Thank you again,
Okay.
Ms. Jackson, again. And
All right.
staff.
Thank you, Mr. City Mary. If we were to move forward, how much of the time would that require?
I need to consult with our economic development staff, community development director Whalen, and get back to you. I'm not sure. We have a number of other things cooking in community development, including specifically related to economic development. So we need to get back with you about the time table on which the city council would hear staff recommendations about next steps.
Okay, I have a question that I asked regarding to reserve and bank and how much reserve banks need to have prior to the COVID-19 crisis of March of 2020. Banks were required to have 10% reserve, meaning that if any given customer was with $1,000 deposited in the bank were allowed to give away $9,000 because 9 plus 1 is 10 and 10% would have been real money. So banks would have been able to give out of that $1,000 that would have deposited into bank account, $9,000 in loans plus interest. So banks were technically making a lot of every single customer who was technically depositing $1,000, $9,000 plus interest. So that's a factor of, and I believe that requirement of 10% reserve have been waived since April of 2020. Is that correct?
You know, I'm not exactly sure about that. And I'm not exactly sure if that's relatable to a public bank versus a traditional bank. Again, these are very specific questions that we could actually ask the regulators, who are, by the way, really anxious to sit down and speak with folks to answer these kinds of questions one-on-one. So that's something that you might even want to consider at one of the other meetings.
I will ask Stephanie to answer that question related to if we have the answer.
Yes, that your specific question, the answer to that is yes. For Federal Reserve requirements, the requirement is 0% at this point. I just want to make sure that you understand that what that means is that for deposits that have been put into the bank, and deposits, of course, are a liability of the bank because they are other people's money. You have 0% requirement in terms of lending those deposits out. And the federal like regulations do allow you to lend those deposits out.
Thank you. Going back to the 10% requirements, technically, if somebody were to deposit 1,000 in the old days, the bank would have been allowed to create technically out of nowhere $9,000 and give it away to the people plus interest. So I understand that usually in order to make money, you have to come in with more money that you are bringing out. So if somebody were to make 1,000, we're technically giving away $9,000 that you're creating. On top of that, you're asking profit and interest on that. So failure of banks are possible. It's a risky business, but it's just a risk management and knowing how much money you're willing to create. And if you know, I would love to be in a business that gives, yeah, go ahead. Who's this?
I'm a little confused about what you said.
Well, sorry, if I may clarify, I think actually the example is if someone were to deposit $10,000, you could lend out 9,000, not if someone were to
No,
deposit
if somebody were to deposit $10,000, you can, in the old days, you were allowed to give away, to lend out $90,000. That's what the requirement is. If somebody were to deposit $10,000, that represents 10% of the $100,000 in total loans that you have. So in the old days, I want to make it clarify. I've searched it, and in the old days, if somebody were to deposit $10,000, the bank would have been allowed to lend away $90,000 because 90 plus 10, it's 100, and that 10,000. That 10% and that 10% requirement, $10,000 deposit would have been 10% of $100,000. It's not somebody you give. It's not somebody putting $10,000 and the bank was able to lend 9,000. It's the other way around. But when somebody deposit $10,000, the bank was allowed with the 10% reserve requirement to lend away $90,000. 90 plus 10 is 100. That represents a total of 100.
Where does the bank come? Where does the bank get the $90,000?
The banks were allowed and able to create that $90,000 of money in lending it plus charging interest. And this is how banks were making money.
Okay, well, I think that's something that feasibility and pro forma would look into in greater detail.
This being said, I think it's an interesting subject, and I think we need to go back and study that more, and it needs to come back to the council. Mayor Pro Tem, please go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I was just going to ask if I could just make one motion. I think there's probably a few we can make, but I did want to make one given the presentation.
Before we make a motion, I have to go back to the public for comments, please.
Oh, of course.
Yes, okay. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. I would just ask you to hold and wait a second, please. I will open it back to the public for comments. Madam City Clerk?
Yes, thank you. We have Rafael Menez in person, and we also have a hand raised online.
Thanks again. So I was looking through several of the suggested resource links you folks provided, stuff like the Public Bank of East Bay site or the publicbankinginstitute.org and the various white papers that have been issued linked to that. And there were some pointers in various sub-resources for that I thought were helpful. The frequently asked question that the California Banking Alliance's resource booklet put out said on page 22 of that California local public banks won't receive deposit from individuals because AB 857 prevents competition with local banking services. And they're not going to have brick and mortar retail outlets to service individuals. They'd just be doing that through partnering with another entity, if at all. And that a typical customer would be municipal service providers like school districts, public utility commissions, and so on. And I'd also note that fractional reserve banking, as Mayor Salimi mentioned, seems like a significantly higher risk activity than most of the topics around public banking that I've seen mentioned elsewhere. Leverage of deposits to lend out further deposits was one of the factors that led to the fiscal crash when back in 2008, subprime loans turned out to not actually have sufficient valuation to back out the fractional reserve lending that they were based on, which led to the need for the bailouts and so on and so forth. So I'm not sure how popular that would be. More broadly, looking at the same thing I mentioned earlier, the California Public Banking Alliance's resource booklet, it looks like there's already 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 entities within the state of California actively working to advance a public bank. So if the city of Pinole wanted to do public banking, it would probably be better off working with the East Bay Regional Public Bank because other entities are like the city of Los Angeles, the city and county of San Francisco, and so on. Finally, I have a few questions. First off, if the city were to proceed with this, what, roughly speaking, would be the expected cost to the city in a 5-year time frame and a 10-year time frame? What would the expected profits for the city be, again, in a 5-year time frame, in a 10-year time frame? Because I know that in another study, the white paper, they said that the Bank of North Dakota, which would have access to a far larger capitalization and far larger basis, was returning an average of $30 million to the state per year. But based on the amount of capital that the city of Pinole will be able to raise and put into a bank, it would seem like we will be able to gain far less return, but still have significant costs. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. We'll have staff to get back to you, Mr. Menes. Another person, please, who has comments here.
Debbie Long.
Good evening again. Am I on yet?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. I'm really perplexed as to why this is even being discussed. And I'm trying to follow the bouncing ball. At one point, we have a balanced budget. Of course, that's only if we rate our 115 pension trust fund. The next, we're short millions of dollars. And now we have money to start up a bank. Because funding needs to come from somewhere. And specifically, where does that come from? The question was asked, and the only answer given was, well, you need to do a feasibility study. I think all the cart is being put before the horse, and the feasibility study, if I'm even to think about it, is going to probably cost $250,000, especially if you're talking about our staff time, our attorneys. Why would anyone in Pinole think that they have the expertise to even oversee a bank? Why would anyone think that an oversight committee wouldn't be political? Every committee appears to be political. Why would anyone want to risk the city assets that we have and partner with other cities or agencies in order to be the low man in decision-making on the totem pole? This is a fairly new idea that was recently approved by California for the cities and counties to start up. I understand it's been around since 1919, but North Dakota is not Pinole. North Dakota is not California. It is a huge agricultural state with only 770,000 residents in there. Their needs are very vastly different than anything that we can even see of. So to use them as an example, I think is trying to sell something to us. Also on the cannabis, it was mentioned time and time again. Because this is required to have FDIC, probably you couldn't legally take the cannabis dollars either. Not 100% sure about that, but that would also have to be explored. In my research, I discovered, and I think it was said tonight, that general law cities need voter approval for a public bank. But guess what? Charter cities don't. Nor do they need approval to issue citizen participation bonds if that was necessary to cover this. Makes you wonder about all of this charter city push now, huh? Receiving information is good, but you need to get your house in order before you decide to invest taxpayers' dollars in any study and put our finances at risk. Think about what you're doing. I think you already have too much on your plate. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes comments from the public, correct? And I will turn it back to city council for questions. I concluded. If I don't have any more comments, somebody can make a motion, an action to move forward.
Sure, Mayor. I was actually just going to make a motion I moved to direct staff to invite staff from the the California Department of Financial Protection and Innovation to make a presentation about public banking compliance in California.
Okay, that's something that is not on the agenda. I mean, it's not.
It is actually, the city attorney, if you can chime in, it's
I mean,
part of the
why don't
agenda.
we, go one step before that, just ask for a recommendation from staff on what would be the next step if we were to move forward. I think is what staff is asking us, just let them, yes, but go ahead.
So
Mayor.
just for clarity, what I heard from staff was regarding a feasibility study as perhaps one option. I heard from Ms. Jackson that,
Yes, just to clarify, Mr. Murray, the city manager said, the council to come, recommendation is to have staff to come back to us with the next steps. Is that correct? City
To
Manager Murray?
clarify, that wasn't a
think he was-
recommendation. That's just one option
suggestion.
that staff, it's one form of direction. But as I understand Mayor Pro Tem's motion, that's another bit of direction that the city council could provide, like
Yes,
coming back with an action plan. So I think that's the same. Those are,
yes.
either of those are acceptable
I think,
from staff's
and if that's
perspective.
okay with the city attorney, just to chime in, if that's something we could make a motion on, given the agenda item.
Through the chair, yes.
Okay.
That's perfectly fine.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Can you please restate it?
Yeah, I moved to direct staff to invite department staff from the California Department of Financial Protection and Innovation to make a presentation about public banking management and compliance in California.
I'll second.
Roll call?
Councilmember Martinez Rubin,
No.
Councilmember Toms,
Yes.
Councilmember Tave,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy,
Yes.
and Mayor Salimi.
Yes.
Motion carries.
And does this include, Mr. Murray, City Manager Murray, does it include the step that the city would have to take to pursue that? I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say that motion did not include that direction.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you. So I would like to have somebody to eventually make a motion about one of the item that City Manager Murray talked about related to having staff to come back to us with the next item that will be required if we want to move forward.
Sure. City Manager Murray, can you just, I know you didn't make an official recommendation staff report, but you did mention something that would be helpful for the city staff to kind of engage in this conversation. Can you repeat those steps or perhaps options for us so that we're a little bit more clear?
Yeah, actually, the city staff is getting oriented to this topic real time by Ms. Jackson and the city attorney Downs. So we actually don't have a recommendation of specific next steps. What I was saying is if the city council wanted to pursue this further, they could direct city staff to return with a proposed action plan of next steps. But I do think that a presentation by the appropriate state agency is a next step on this initiative to educate all of us more about what the steps and possibilities are. So I kind of consider those, I guess, alternative approaches.
Great.
So
Well, I was going to say, I'm happy to step aside. I felt like that was an important next step for me, given the presentation was to hear from,
Yes,
the compliance folks. So
but I still would like the city staff to come back with an action plan outline, just
Okay.
for us, if you don't mind.
I'll let you make the motion.
Was that a motion?
And I would like to make a motion to have city staff to come with an action plan that outline to next steps, please.
I'll second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin,
No.
Councilmember Toms,
No.
Councilmember Tave,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy,
Yes.
Mayor Salimi.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. That concludes item. Thank you, Ms. Jackson, for being with us tonight, and it was a great presentation. And Ms. Downs, thank you also for being with us from the East Coast, and we really appreciate it. We both learn, all of us learn a lot, and that was a great presentation, and it's new to Pinole and a lot of us. Thank you again.
Thank you very much for having me and the opportunity.
We look forward.
Thank you.
We look forward to hear back from you again.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Excellent. That concludes item. Let me go back to item 12A. It's 9:30, and then I will go back to the rest of the agenda, which is public hearing. But before we go back, it's 9:28. I would like to take a 7-minute breaks and come back, let's say at 9:35, please. Thank you. 5-minute break. Is everybody ready on Zoom? Everybody ready on Zoom? Perfect. Before we start, I just have a quick question to our finance director. Markisha, how are you?
Hi.
So how long do you need on item 10A?
This is a quick item. I can get it done in under 10 minutes.
Okay, and 10, I guess 10C? How long would you need? Markisha, I'm sorry, on 10C, how long would you need?
We addressed that.
Oh, 10C was the fee schedule. Sorry.
We addressed that, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I'm
that was
getting
good.
tired. So I guess that will be Eric, we already said. And then what about 10D?
I need 7 minutes.
Okay, 7. I thought it was 8, but I'm glad you're under.
Do I hear 6?
Okay, perfect. Okay, so I will start in 2 minutes, and hopefully it'll be done in less than an hour. Okay, and I promise I won't ask any questions. So Dave will start at 9:44, please. Okay, it's 9:42. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. It's the City Council of the City of Pinole, and we are resuming back from a break. Thank you so much for being with us tonight. And we'll move on to item 10A, which is the fiscal year 2021-2022 annual review of utility user tax and adoption of a resolution modifying household income eligibility threshold for utility user tax exemption for fiscal year 2022-2023. And tonight we'll have a presentation from a finance director, Hillary. Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening again. Just to provide some background, the UUT is an 8% tax on the value of public utility services consumed within city limits for energy, which includes electricity and natural gas, as well as telecommunications. The UUT was initially approved by Pinole voters in 1998. It was extended in 2004, 2012, and 2018 with no sunset date. It is the fourth largest general fund revenue source, making it a highly relied upon source of revenue for general purpose activities in the city. There's an annual review through a public hearing, which we're doing through this item. And it also sets the household income thresholds for low income households that are eligible for certain exemptions from the UUT, primarily for the energy portion of UUT. The annual review, and it's to be done in June during the budget process. It provides a summary of amounts collected over the last year, and we also include historical data going back 10 years. And staff recommends that the City Council approves a resolution to approve the changes to the household income thresholds for exemptions. The table represents a 10-year history of the UUT starting in the fiscal year 2012-13 through the estimated amounts for the current fiscal year 2021-22. As we can see over the years for the energy portion, in 2012-13, about 66% of the collections were attributable to energy and 34% to telecommunications. That trend has changed drastically over time. Currently, the collections from energy equate to about 86% of total collections, and telecommunications at approximately 14%. And I'll talk a little bit more about why that is. So here's a breakdown of the energy collections, again, showing the 10-year trend over in the graphic on the right-hand side. We see pretty stable collections with moderate growth year over year. We do see some spikes in some years and some dips, but overall, it's a pretty stable source as far as the collections. As for the recap, for the fiscal year 2020-2021, the city collected about $1.7 million in energy UUT. That was an 11% increase from the prior year. For the projected collections for fiscal year 2021-22, we're projecting about 1.7, so about a $34,000 increase, which is a 2% increase over the prior year. On the telecommunication side, as I mentioned, we're seeing a continual decrease over time. And this is mostly due to consumer behavior, meaning that there's been lots of transition away from traditional landlines or telephone systems and movement over to voice over internet protocol, or what is known as VoIP, for internet-based telephone services. And because the UUT cannot be applied to those internet-based services, we don't realize the revenue for that. And so this is mostly for prepaid mobile and landline telephones, which are usually set up with there are certain individuals or individual households that can qualify for exemptions from paying the utility users tax on energy. And this is based on the California Alternative Rates for Energy, or CARE program, which is administered through the Pacific Gas and Electric. And the thresholds are set by the State Public Utilities Commission. And the city uses the CARE program eligibility to qualify those households that are eligible for exemptions from UUT based on their total household income and based on the number of persons who reside within the home. The CARE program determines eligibility by reviewing proof of income, which includes tax documents, as well as for those individuals or households that qualify for public assistance programs. Many of them also qualify for the CARE program. The eligibility is renewed every 2 years or every 4 years for fixed income households. And eligibility is based on the total income of all members living in the home. So tonight, staff is recommending that the City Council adopts the changes to the income thresholds, again, based on the CARE program guidelines. In the middle column there, we see the current CARE thresholds, and we provide the previous just for comparison purposes. But staff is recommending that the council adopts the resolution to adopt the current thresholds, which went into effect on June 1st, and they are effective through May 31st of 2023.
Thank you, ma'am, for your presentation. Then I will turn it back to the public. Any comments from the public, please, Madam City Clerk?
Looks like there are no public comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Then I will turn it back for City Council for questions or comments. Anybody? Question, comments?
Make a motion if,
Yes, please, Councilmember Thomas, please go ahead.
yeah, I'd like to make a motion that we adopt the resolution modifying the household income eligibility thresholds for exemptions from the UUT for fiscal year 22-23.
Second, please.
I'll second.
Madam City Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Yes.
Councilmember Toms.
Yes.
Councilmember Tave.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
Yes.
Mayor Salini.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Madam Finance Director, for your presentation. I will, since I have you right now, I will just continue with you on item 10C, resolution adopting updated. No, we already talked about this one. I don't know why I keep going thinking about you. Sorry about that. Mr. City Attorney Casher, I would then move on to item 10B, conduct first reading of ordinance amending chapter 12.04 street excavations of the City of Pinole Municipal Code and adding permitting procedures, insurance requirements, construction standards, and pavement restoration guide for encroachment into public right-of-way. Please go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mayor Salimi. That was the longest title, but this will be the shortest presentation. So Eric Casher, City Attorney, good evening, council, members of the public. I'll be presenting an ordinance this evening proposing some new regulations for encroachment permits in the city's right-of-ways. So just by way of background, Government Code Section 38775 permits the city to regulate the use of public right-of-ways. So this is situations where East Bay Mud, for example, wants to repair or do some maintenance to a sewer main that travels under a city right-of-way. They have to approach the city and apply for an encroachment permit that is issued by the city, and we adopt regulations on the work that's being done, the time they could perform the work, the repairs of the pavement that needs to be performed. The city adopted an ordinance back in 1965, which set forth street and sidewalk excavation procedures. That chapter of the municipal code is chapter 12.04. The ordinance has not been updated since 1965. And so staff took the initiative to propose some changes that have vastly improved this particular ordinance. So just by way of background, chapter 12.04 as currently drafted has all the kind of the regulatory framework that's needed, but it is missing some key components. So for example, the ordinance currently does not have a definition section, so we don't define a lot of the key terms that are required to really understand the use of the ordinance. It has very limited standards for review for permit requests, so there's little guidance to staff on how they're supposed to evaluate a permit when it's been received. There are very limited standards placed on the performance of the work in the right-of-way. You'll see based on the some of the changes that we've added some graphics to identify the types of improvements that are going to be required for pavement when they're sealing some of the the excavations that have been performed. And most importantly, there were no insurance requirements in the existing ordinance. We do require that, but it's best to have that codified in the municipal code as a legal requirement. And so let's talk a little bit about what this new ordinance actually does. So the language of the proposed ordinance can be found on page 498 of the agenda packet. It's Exhibit A. So you'll see the strike through lineouts. Those are the changes to the existing ordinance, and all of the text that's added as in italics. That's all new language. Those are new sections of the municipal code that we've added. So we've added a definition section where we clearly lay out, what is an emergency street cut? What is an encroachment? What's an excavation? We've added detailed permitting procedures and we mandate the permittee to include insurance and to have insurance coverage. We've established this comprehensive construction and engineering standards and pavement restoration guides for encroachment. So you'll see the graphics that are included in here. Those were all added in just to provide more clarity for permittees so that they understand the requirements that are being imposed by the city. And so this is just a much more thorough description of what's going to be required of those permittees who are seeking to be in the city right of ways. This particular ordinance, again, this was staff generated. So I do want to thank Misha Kaur and Sanjay Mishra who really helped with this. This was their suggestion because they really wanted to update the encroachment permit process. So they brought this to the Municipal Code Update Subcommittee, and we presented that to the subcommittee on April 11th. We received feedback from the Municipal Code Update Subcommittee. I want to thank Councilmember Tave and Councilmember Toms for your input and review of this particular ordinance, and the subcommittee recommended approval of this proposed ordinance as presented. And so the staff recommendation today is to conduct a first reading of this proposed ordinance. If approved on first read, this would come back to the city council on consent for the second read, and then it would go into effect 30 days thereafter. And that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, City Attorney Karsher. And then I will turn it back for public comments, please. Madam City Clerk, any public comments on that item?
Yes, thank you. We have one, Rafael Menes.
Thank you. Out of curiosity, what's the other item for? We have two cards, I see.
Yes, thank you. I wanted to check. It's for citizens to be heard, the second forum.
Okay, thank you. Menes, please go ahead, please.
Have the mic on the podium on, please. Go ahead and try the mic.
Testing, 1, 2, 3. Okay, so for this one, I've just got a relatively brief question. On page number 501, I believe, it states that under subsection D, it states any encroachment permit issued to a public agency or public utility pursuant to this section is conditioned on a requirement that the permittee must relocate its encroachment and its sole expense if future improvement of the public right of way necessitates such relocation. And I'm not sure what that the permittee must relocate means. I'm not sure whether he is just intended to be a pronoun referencing something, or if it's a word out of place, or whether it's supposed to be something else entirely, like the applicant or what's going on. But I figured that was something that should be looked at before it goes on to second reading and so on and so forth. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. You don't have to answer to it right now. You can review it and get back to us and Mr. Menes, City Attorney. Thank you. Any other comments from the public on this item, please?
Thank you. There are no virtual hands.
Okay, council member, do you have any questions or comments on that item, please? I don't see any. If I don't see any, I would just invite somebody to make a motion to move forward.
I'll move to approve staff
recommendation to having conducted the first reading of the ordinance amending chapter 12.04.
Thank you.
And I'll make that a second.
Thank you, Councilmember Thomas. Madam
I
City Clerk,
also,
go ahead.
I also would like to just check with the city attorney to have a second look at that that area that Mr. Menace brought up. And if it can come back to us with a modification if they think it's necessary.
Yes, Councilmember Thomas, I advise our City Attorney Casher to do so before the next reading, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, Mr. Attorney Casher. So we have a vote in a second. Madam City Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Yes.
Councilmember Toms.
Yes.
Councilmember Tave.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
Yes.
Mayor Salimi.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you, City Attorney Casher, for that excellent presentation. Then we'll move on to item 10D, which is adopt a resolution declaring intent for the levy and collection of annual assessment for the Pinole Valley Road Landscape and Lighting Assessment District LLAD for fiscal year 2022-2023, setting the date of the public hearing and approving the annual engineer's report. Good evening, Mr. City Engineer. How are you?
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, and city staff and members of public. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
Okay. So the Pinole Valley Road Landscape and Lighting Assessment District. This is for the year of 22-23 assessment report. Just a background of this staff report. The City Council adopted a resolution 2008-91 forming the city and the Pinole Valley Road Landscape and Lighting Assessment District. The resolution included scope of maintenance works, confirmed the boundary and the assessment, and provided a methodology for the levy of annual assessment. Since the inception of the district, the city has installed improvements on Pinole Valley Road between Henry Avenue and Ramona Street. The purpose of this district is to provide a stable funding source for the ongoing maintenance and operation of the traffic signals, street lights, and the median landscaping. On June 7, 2022, the City Council adopted a resolution initiating proceedings for the annual levy of assessment and ordering the preparation of the annual engineer's report for this district for fiscal year 22-23. This staff report includes that engineer's report as part of this agenda packet. The purpose of this assessment, as just explained, maintenance of the traffic signals, street lights, median landscaping, pay for the electricity for the traffic signals, street lights, graffiti removal. This assessment district consists of two zones. Zone A, which is north of I-80, which has about 8 parcels, about 17,000 square feet of landscaping, irrigation system. There are 7 street light poles that we maintain, and there are 2.5 traffic signals, which is assigned for this zone. Electrical power for the street lights, weed control abatement, and such other work, and litter abatement and collection for roughly about 2,000 linear feet. Zone B, which is south of I-80, has a total of 10 parcels, have roughly about 18,000 square feet of landscaping, and similarly, irrigation system for landscaping, maintenance of 10 streetlight poles, and maintenance of traffic signals, similar other work and litter abatement and collection for about 2,800 linear feet. Assessment summary for this financial year 22-23 is been shown here, which is an excerpt from the detailed engineer's report. The total assessable cost for Zone A is about $26,000 out of the total accessible units, which is a accessible unit is an equivalent of an acre of developable property. Zone A has about 52.8 acres. The proposed assessment rate per AU accessible assessment units is 498.65, and the maximum assessment for AU is 611.25. The actual Zone B would have about 25,929 total accessible cost and total accessible units of 49.9. And the proposed assessment for AU for Zone B is $519.63. And the maximum assessment rate for AU for Zone B is $577.04. The actual assessments are rounded down to the nearest even penny for county tax roll purposes, and the total district revenue is expected to be around $52,256. I would just note here that Zone B has a lot of actually 2 streetlight pole knockdowns in the last year, which is still have not been replaced. And those are one of the costliest items. Each of these pole costs roughly around 15. And details, the report, engineer's report details that cost there. And currently the total dollars left in the in the district is only about $1,700. Staff recommends that the City Council adopt a resolution declaring the intent to levy and collect assessments for the Pinole Valley Road Landscape and Lighting Assessment District, setting a public hearing for July 5th, 2022. Sorry for this error in year here, and approve the engineer's report. Thank you, and I'm available for any questions you may
Thank you,
have.
sir. Excellent presentation. Just to go, we couldn't hear it. What's $15,000 per traffic light, correct? 15.
That's correct.
Okay, just to clarify, you broke down it. So thank you, Mr. City Engineer. Madam City Clerk, any public comments?
Taking one more look, it looks like we have no public comments.
Thank you. Then I will turn it back to the City Council for questions and comments. Do we have any questions and comments, please? Councilmember Martinez-Ruben, please go ahead.
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation, Director Mishra. One question on the table that you had showing the proposed rate for 22, 23, and then the maximum rate. I wondered why you had that maximum rate as well. I don't believe it's referenced in the staff report. Let me know if I missed it.
It is referenced in the staff report. This maximum assessment rate for AU, it is, I would say, page number in the engineer's report. It is in the page 674. Agenda packet, it is in the page number 674.
Thank you. I'm scrolling down to that. And please explain why we're looking at a maximum assessment. There's a proposed and a maximum.
So the maximum assessment is actually calculated based on the maximum assessment of what was last year. That is a 5% increase of the maximum assessment last year. But we were supposed to, we can go up to the maximum assessment what we have here for AU. But this year I did not want to go to the maximum assessment as a part of, because I am looking at some other options to replace those poles, which are not as expensive as previously we have. So I'm trying to see other similarly decorative poles, but with a lesser cost. So I kept my proposed assessment to the CPI index, which is roughly about 5%.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Martinez-Ruben. Thank you, Mr. City Engineer. Any other questions? Councilmember Tams, do you have any questions?
Yeah, just one question is that, are we able to get reimbursements from insurance for those pole replacements, or were they hit and runs?
We get some, but we never get 100% reimbursed. We have received for the last year roughly about $14,000 replaced, which is roughly about 40 to 50% of the actual costs.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? No, no more question, Councilmember Thomas?
No more.
Okay, thank you. Then I will turn it back to the city council for a motion, please.
I'll move that we adopt the resolution declaring the intent to levy and collect assessments for Pinole Valley Road lighting landscape lighting assessment district and setting a public hearing for July 5th, 2022, and approving the annual engineer's report.
I'll second.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Yes.
Councilmember Toms.
Yes.
Councilmember Tave.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
Yes.
Mayor Salimi.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you, City Engineer, for your excellent presentation. That concludes item number 10, which is public hearings. Item number 11, we don't have any old business. 12, we already did it earlier today out of order. Then that move on to item number 13, which is citizen to be heard. Madam City Clerk, we do have a citizen to be heard tonight, correct?
Yes, Rafael Menes.
So can you hear me? Yes, good. So I just want to highlight for everybody that over the last 14 days, we've had 162 new cases of COVID-19 in Pinole, which gives us a case rate last 14 days per 100,000 of 836.4, which is the third highest rate in the county, lower than only San Pablo and Hercules. So we're still, even now, suffering a relatively high rate of continued COVID spread. So I would strongly encourage everyone to continue wearing masks indoors, especially in relatively crowded places like grocery stores and so on. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Menez. I just want to remind everybody that the vaccination for kids from the age of 6 months old to 5 years old is now available for vaccination. And you can just reach out to a provider if you wish to vaccinate your young child from the age of 6 months to 5 years old. Thank you. Madam City Clerk, no more comments? From the public, that's correct.
Just let me check online. We actually do have one more, Cordell Hindler. Go ahead, Mr. Hindler. No.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Good. So good evening, Mayor Salimi, Council. My name is Pinole Hindler and I'm a Richmond resident. So I would like to invite the council to the Mayor's Business Roundtable on July 7th at Riggers Wine Loft in Richmond. Tickets are only $35 a person. We will have a number of speakers lined up to give a presentation. So this will be our first one since the pandemic. That's one. And then number two is, as I stated earlier, I do enjoy attending your meetings, but the one thing that I would like to see some changes, you know, like it's very nice that the council, like, you know, keep their reports brief. I think that's very helpful because we are trying to get out of here in a timely manner. So that's two. And then number three is, let's see. As I mentioned it before, I wear my mask everywhere I go, grocery stores, that type of thing. So it's like, I'm doing my part and I'm making sure that everyone, you know, does their part, you know, like masked up when you're inside of a business. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you, sir. That concludes citizen to be heard, item number 13. I will then move on to item number 14, which is adjournment to the regular city council of July 5th, 2022. I'm sorry, before I do that, Now that's correct. Item number 14, which is adjournment to the regular city council meeting of July 5th, 2022 in remembrance of Amber Schwartz. Thank you, everybody. Good evening.